Namaste, everyone, and happy International Yoga Day.
International Yoga Day.
My name is Janina. I'm from the Gold Coast.
And
I'm one
my
of your
name's
hosts today.
Samantha. Welcome to Yoga Day Festival Online. So while people are logging on, we're just going to introduce you guys and make you feel welcome to the festival. For those of you who are familiar with the 7-Day Challenge, thank you so much for joining us and taking this journey with us over the past week. It's been so incredible to immerse ourselves and also get to know you guys and make some new friends as well. This year's theme is Rise Up to Life with Yoga. So I don't know about you, but 2020 has been a little bit of a challenging year. So if you can comment below, either on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're tuning in, what's been one thing that has really helped you from any kind of yoga processes to just, navigate your way through some of the challenges of 2020 and help you actually rise up to life with yoga. So we'd love to hear from you below.
That'd be awesome. And I just wanted to share some wisdom with you. I'm just going to read before we get stuck into the classes. This is one of my favorite articles about yoga. It just helps to illustrate how yoga is so much more than yoga asanas, which is what our schedule is all about today. So, our journey through life can be compared to traveling through a vast and varied landscape full of all kinds of wonders, enjoyment, dangers, suffering, heartache, light and darkness, clear and cloudy skies. On our journey through life, we come across many different people and other living entities, all kinds of landscapes, experiences, challenges, fearful situations, and comfortable and happy situations. Sometimes things go our way, and sometimes they don't. There are times in our lives where it feels like we are walking through thick mud and everything is a hardship, while at other times, life is like walking across flowery meadows where the sun is warm and breeze refreshing. Sometimes everything is going our way for a while, and we feel confident that we know where we are going and what direction to take, while at other times, nothing is going our way, and we feel confused about what direction we should take in our life. So what does life's journey have to do with yoga? After all, isn't yoga just a type of physical exercise? Absolutely not. It is an enlightening path that helps one successfully travel the path of life itself, a path that offers a refuge from the storms of life, a path where the rugged mountains become small, easily climbed hills, a path that enables us to integrate, harmonize, and surcharge with deep meaning and purpose every aspect of our life, even the seemingly mundane.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
I think that was just perfectly summed up the theme of Rise Up to Life with Yoga.
Exactly. So again, we would love to hear how yoga has helped you through this very difficult year. Here in Australia, we have seen not just COVID, but bushfires and floods. So yes, please let us know. And also, let us know where you're tuning in from. Usually for Yoga Day Festival, it's like we're focused on the Gold Coast or focused on Australia. But being online, this is a chance for us to take Yoga Day Festival worldwide. So share with your friends. Tell us where you're tuning in from. Let's make it happen.
Yes, if you can please help us spread the love of yoga and celebrate World Yoga Day by sharing this event on your Facebook page or your social channels, we would so much appreciate it.
Be awesome.
So now to kick off the festival, we're going to introduce you, if you haven't come across Wailana already. Wailana is a globally renowned yoga teacher who has been teaching across the world for decades. So she released a few years ago on World Yoga Day a video called Namaste, which we're going to play for you now, that again just further just paints a picture of how beautiful yoga is and how much it brings connection across borders, across, different cultures, and how it can bring unity to all.
Namaste. respects to you, my friend. Namaste. I bow my head to you, my friend. Namaste. 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 We are the children of the world, and it's up to us to take care of each other. We are all a part of one big family. We are brothers and sisters. Don't you see? Namaste. 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 Namaste, I bow my head to you, my friend. Namaste. Namaste, I give my respects to you, my friend. Namaste. I bow my head to you, my friend. And I give my respects to you again and again. Namaste. 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 Together we can make a change. Fill the world with peace and harmony. It's up to us, don't you see? We are the children of the world. Namaste. Namaste. Respectful to all, big or small, tolerant and kind like a tree. We can be little lights together, shining bright, lighting up the world. Respectful to all, big or small, tolerant and kind like a tree. We can be little lights together, shining bright, lighting up the world. Lighting up the world. We are the children of the world, and it's up to us to take care
Thank you, Wailana, for sharing such an important message at this time.
So next up, to kick off the festival, we have a nice little nugget of yoga meditation for you. Starting us off is a strength and immunity yogasana class with Claudia, one of our awesome teachers from the Gold Coast. And following that is a meditation class with Gayatri from Brisbane on how meditation will help with focus and clarity. I think something that we all would appreciate at the moment. Mm-hmm. And just before we get stuck into a day of yogasanas, just wanted to remind you of a few safety things. Make sure you keep your practice safe for yourself. If you feel any pain or strain in any pose, always feeling free to lighten up the pose a bit, or you can come out of it and rest, standing or in child's pose. And yeah, that's pretty much the main one. Listen to your body. That's what yoga's all about. It's not a competition.
And have a good time.
And of course, have a good time.
Stay hydrated.
And if you've got a cool setup at your house, if you're like us, donning flower crowns, take a photo and share it with us.
Please
in the
tag
comments.
and share. We would love to see you and be practicing with you.
Yes. So
we're going to roll out our mats now too so that we can join in.
Let's do it.
Namaste and welcome. Thank you for joining me. My name's Claudia and I'm from the Gold Coast Australian School of Meditation and Yoga. I'll be taking you through a practice today that is for boosting physical strength and immunity as well. So please find a comfortable seat. You can have your legs crossed out wide, or if you want to sit on your heels, you can do that as well. Once you're comfortable, closing your eyes, turning your attention to your breath, and just becoming aware that our body is breathing. So we're going to begin our practice with Kapalabhati breath of fire, to ignite our digestive fire and warm our inner bodies. The main focus of this breath is the exhale, using your abdomen as like a pump. So as you exhale, pushing out through your nose. The inhale will happen naturally. So we'll do 30 Kapalabhati breaths, and then we'll take a deep breath in and pause and hold our breath. We'll do 3 rounds of this. So just follow along. Taking a deep breath in now. Exhaling completely. Small breath in and begin. Deep breath in. Lift the pelvic floor and gently tuck the chin to chest, holding your breath as long as it's comfortable. Exhaling when you're ready. And just a reminder to keep your Kapalabhati breath as consistent as possible, trying not to slow down and speed up, but just keeping one steady breath. Inhaling. Exhale completely for the second round. Small inhale. Big breath in. Lift your pelvic floor, tuck the chin to chest and hold. Exhale when you're ready, and we're going to do one more round of this breath. Taking a complete inhale and exhaling. Small breath in and begin. Big breath in. Holding. Slow exhale when you're ready, raising your chin, returning to your normal breath. Finding your center in breath and body. Turning your palms face down on your knees. We're going to do seated cat-cow, moving with your own breath as you inhale. Draw your heart forward, gazing up. And as you exhale, leaning back, curve your spine over. Inhale, moving forward. And exhale, moving back. As you inhale, feel your shoulder blades meet in the middle of your back. And as you exhale, feeling them separate. Adding some arm movements as you inhale, draw the arms behind you. Interlace the fingers, press down through your knuckles. Exhale, the hands come in front. Interlace and push away. This time as you inhale, the arms are going to reach up overhead. Exhale, hands behind your head, using them to help stretch through the back of your neck and the back of your shoulders. Inhale, coming back up. We're going to let our right arm come down beside us. Press the left hand into the back of your head. Press the back of the head into the left hand. And we're going to lean over to the right hand side. Trying to keep your elbow pointing up towards the sky. Breathing into your left rib. One more breath. Coming back through center, release the hand down. Going to roll the shoulders forward, up and back 3 times. Beautiful. Let the left arm rest down. Right hand comes behind. Press your head back. And as you exhale, gently folding to the side. If you can, gazing up. If not, you can just look forward. One more breath. And coming back up through center. Hands to knees, rolling the shoulders forward now 3 times. Beautiful. We're going to come onto our hands and knees now. And walk the hands one more step forward. Tuck your toes, downward dog. And feel free here to really take a bend in your knees. Your heels don't have to be flat to the ground. If you bend your knees, lift your hips up towards the sky. Press down through your palms. And draw the shoulder blades down your back. If you feel ready, you can press the heels down at any time. Or if you'd like to alternate, that's fine too. The most important thing is that you're continuing to breathe. Next, inhale, lifting up onto your toes, gaze forward. Exhale, we're going to walk our feet to hands, coming to the top of the mat. Beautiful. You can keep your knees soft here. If you like to take hold of each elbow and just let your upper body hang. You can sway side to side or straighten your legs, whatever feels right. Release the arms, and we're going to roll up nice and slowly as you inhale. Head comes up last, sweep the arms out and overhead. Palms together, exhale, draw the hands to heart. Again, now finding our center in mountain pose. Pressing down through your feet, lift up through your pelvic floor, all the way through to your crown. Open your heart and draw your shoulders down. Moving into a salute sequence. As you inhale, sweep the arms up overhead. Exhale, swan dive forward from the hips. You can soften your knees at any point. Inhale, straight knees, flat back, hands to shins. Exhale, release down. We're going to step the left foot back. Drop the knee. You can keep the toe tucked to keep this pose active. As you inhale, sweep the arms up overhead. Be mindful we're drawing the right hip back, left hip forward to keep them square. One more breath. Palms together, hands down. Palms meet the mat and stepping back to plank. From here you can drop your knees down, and as you exhale, lowering all the way down onto your belly. Stretch out the toes, roll the shoulders up and back, cobra pose. Keep the elbows tucked, shoulders down. Exhale, release. Inhale, press into your hands. We lift straight back up to downward dog. The left leg is going to sweep up and back. Draw the foot through the hands for lunge on the other side. Back toes stay tucked. Inhale, sweep forward and up with the hands. Keeping your hips square, shoulders relaxed. And palms together, exhale, we come down, hands to the mat and step forward. Hands to shins, flat back. Exhale, surrender forward and release. Rolling up nice and slowly. Sweep the arms out and up. And exhale, hands come down to heart center. One more salute sequence. Inhale. And exhale to fold forward. Inhale, straight knees, flat back. Exhale, releasing. This time, step the right foot back first. And we're going to keep the knee lifted. If you do need to drop it down at any point, feel free to do that as well. Sweep the arms forward and up. And breathing. One more breath. Palms together as you exhale, folding forward. The right hand comes down to the mat. Left arm reaches up to the sky. See if you can get long from fingertips to fingertips. Stay strong through your supporting legs. And press back through your heel. One more breath. And release the arm down. Take your foot back. I'm going to drop my knees, but if you would like to go through chaturanga and upward dog, please feel free to do that as well. I'm coming up to cobra again. And exhale to release. Inhale, pressing up, downward dog. And for this time, the right leg sweeps up and back. Draw the foot through. Setting up for your lunge on the other side. When you're ready, the arms sweep forward and up. And relax. Relax your face, relax your shoulders, your fingers. Legs stay strong though. Exhale, palms together, hands to heart. We're leaning forward. This time, the left palm comes down, right arm reaches up to the sky, opening. Feeling the length through your arms, through your back leg. And exhale, release the right arm down. We're going to take a big step forward. Straight knees, flat back, hands to shins. Keep your gaze towards the mat. Exhale, belly to thighs, soften knees. And rolling up. Reach to the sky, lifting through your inner thighs, pelvic floor. Exhale to release the hands down. Mountain pose. If you feel like you've lost your breath, just finding it again. Returning to your center. As you inhale from the earth and exhale from the sky. We're going to move hands to hips now. Take the left foot back. Generous step back. Still keeping the feet hip distance apart. The arms are going to sweep down and up. Hips stay square to the front. Exhale. We're going to bend the front knee, warrior one. Draw the abdomen in, shoulders down. And really pressing down through both feet firmly. We're going to open the arms out to the side. Scoop the left arm under the right. Come into Garuda arms. If this is too much for your shoulders, you can just bring your arms together like this. As you inhale, draw the elbows up to shoulder height. Exhale, we're twisting to the right. And a little tip from this, don't let your head go further than your arms. Keep your nose in line with your arms. And back to center, release the arms out wide. Straighten the front leg, draw the hands down. Interlace the fingers and draw the knuckles down to the mat. Open through your heart. As you exhale, we're going to fold forward, folding triangle. Let the arms come up behind you naturally. Keep your neck long, don't let it hang down. Feet firmly placed into the mat. One more breath. As you exhale, bend the front knee, release the arms, sweep them down and up. We're going to shift our weight forward now. You can let your arms stay in front, or if you'd like to let them come behind you for warrior three. And we're seesawing forward. As much as your back leg comes up, your body can come forward. So if you're up here more, then this is fine. Still keeping that alignment, which is great. If you need to, bring hands to heart at any time. One more breath. And we're going to sweep the left leg through. Don't let the foot touch the floor yet. Draw the knee in towards the chest. You can give your ankle some circles. And then slowly releasing down with control. And recentering. Hands to hips. We're going to step the right foot back this time. Generous step back. Hips to the front. Inhale. Arms sweep down and up. Exhale. Bending the front knee. Beautiful. Warrior one. Draw the abdomen in. And strong gaze forward. Opening the arms out to the side this time if you can. The right arm goes underneath. Garuda arms. Inhale, elbows to shoulders. Exhale, twisting to the left. And as you're twisting, don't forget about your legs. Make sure we're still pressing down through our feet, through all the corners. And we're breathing. Coming back through to center. Open the arms out wide like a butterfly. We'll straighten the front leg, draw the hands down behind us. Inhale, open your heart. Exhale, we'll fold forward. Keeping the hips square, don't let them splay out. And neck is long. And if you find that your upper body is quite hunched as you fold, draw the chest up. We want our spine to stay nice and long in this pose. As you exhale, soften the front knee, let the arms come down past your bottom, swing forward and up. And we're coming into Warrior 3 now, so positioning your arms however is comfortable for you. I like to swing them behind me. Feel like I'm a bird flying. It's really lovely. But if you'd prefer to have them in front or in prayer, please feel free. Hips parallel to the mat, extending out. And you can soften your supporting leg if that's easier for you. One more breath. And we'll let the right foot swing down and through. Take the knee into chest. Big hug, circle the ankle. And release down. So you can stay where you are at the top of the mat. Just heel toe the feet out slightly. I'm going to turn towards you so you can see better of what I'm doing. So heels just slightly out from hip distance, toes pointed out. I'm going to do a big inhale, reach to the sky, exhale, coming into a yoga squat. The palms come down through our center and we drop the sit bones. You can use your elbows to press back through your thighs. And if this is too much, you can find a block or a cushion to place under your sit bones as well. Find your center. The left fingertips are reaching out to the side, right arm reaches up to the sky. And come back through the middle. This time the right fingertips reach out, left arm up. And come back through to center. From here, you'll place your hands down straight in front of you. I'm just going to flip back to the other side of my mat. And we're going to step back straight into downward dog. Beautiful. You can pedal your heels out here if that feels nice. Leaning forward, coming into plank. We're going to do some upper body strengthening now. So if you'd like to drop down onto your knees, I prefer to do this on my knees. We're going to do some push-ups, but with our elbows tucked in towards us. So draw the abdomen in, and we're moving with our breath. We inhale. As we exhale, we move, lowering down. Inhale here, and exhale, push up. Inhale, exhale, lower down, holding, and exhale to push up. We're going to do 3 more. Keep that breath strong. That's going to help you to continue to push up. 1 more time. Beautiful. This time we're going to lower down for the count of 4, 3, 2, and 1. Awesome. Stretch the toes out behind you. Roll the shoulders up and back. We're going to press into Cobra. And if Cobra is feeling too strong, you can always lower down onto your forearms into Sphinx pose, which is down here. We're going to hold here for 3 more breaths. One more breath. And releasing down. Hands beside your chest, we'll press up and straight back into a child's pose. So in child's pose, we're really lengthening and opening where we've just compressed in our spine.
Namaste. My name is Gayatri Dasi and I'm from the Australian School of Meditation and Yoga in West End, Brisbane. And this is a part of a wonderful day called Yoga Day Festival. We've been having these festivals every year, but this is the first online experience for us. I hope you've enjoyed it. Today's topic is how to increase focus through meditation. So apparently in 2015 there was a Microsoft report that came out stating that the average person's attention span is decreasing rapidly, and at the moment, or in 2015, the attention span was actually 8 seconds. And it's probably progressed since then. It's probably less. But this is not very good, is it? 8 seconds focus, attention span is not a really good thing. We need to actually increase our focus and concentration. So we can do this through meditation. And I thought I'd read out some of the surveys that have been done on meditation, breathing, and how it has increased people's focus. So breathing actually helps to increase your focus. Breathing is a very important pre-meditation technique or a pre-yoga technique. You'll find that most meditation and yoga practices begin with breathing. And recently a group out of Trinity College Institute of Neuroscience and the Global Brain Health Institute, they showed that breathing, which is used as a pre-meditation or yoga technique, affects the level of noradrenaline, which is the chemical affiliated with curiosity, engagement, and enthusiasm. When the right levels of noradrenaline are released through deep breaths, the brain forms new connections, and this enhances sustained focus. So by practicing some deep breathing, you'll find if you keep your mind on the breath, you gradually train the mind as well as releasing these chemicals so that your mind will become much more focused for longer periods. There was another survey. According to Anthony Zanesco and his team at the University of Miami, the results of their 7-year study shows meditation practice is linked to lasting improvement in sustained attention. Meditation helps you to focus better and for longer. Adam Moore and his research team at John Moores University studied the impact of 10 minutes of daily meditations and found that this length of regular practice was enough to significantly impact performance on a concentration test. So pretty positive things there said about meditation and increased focus. So I thought I would talk a little bit about mantra meditation, because many of the surveys and write-ups and articles that you'll find on the internet recommend focusing on a mantra. And that's what we practice. We actually practice mantra meditation. And I can tell you from experience that meditation does in fact increase focus and concentration. But first of all, we have to have a little bit of an idea of the mind. The mind is not you. You are a separate entity to your mind. You are the living being temporarily residing within this body and mind. This mind of yours is your possession, it's your tool, and it's a tool that you are using to get through life. And you can train your mind through meditation. You can actually train your mind and bring it under your control, which will help to increase focus and concentration also. So meditation is a powerful way of training the mind. And what we do with mantra meditation is we just focus on a mantra. It's very simple, not that easy at times, but it is a very simple practice that anybody can apply. And there's many different ways that you can apply mantra meditation. You can practice some deep breathing and then add a mantra to your breath. You can practice meditation, mantra meditation on beads, which is known as japa meditation. You can also practice meditation to music, singing meditation, or kirtan, which it is known as. You can also practice mantra meditation through conscious listening, where you just close your eyes and focus one-pointedly on the mantra. So we're going to touch on a little of each of these practices today. so that you've got plenty of tools that you can take home and work with in order to improve your focus and concentration. So the first one is the breath. We're going to practice a little bit of yoga breath, and then we'll move into some mantra breathing. We're just touching on them, so no, we're not going to do a long session of each. I think the whole session today is going to be about 20 minutes. So we don't have time to practice all of them in full. We're just going to be touching on each of them to give you an idea of how you can apply mantra meditation. So we'll start off with some 3-part yoga breathing. Just relax your body, close your eyes, just softly closed. And starting to allow the breath to enter naturally, deeply through the nostrils, slowing the breath right down, getting into a bit of a rhythm. And then we'll place our hands on our below our navel, just on the abdomen. And we're going to use the hands to guide the breath deep into the lower lungs. So as you inhale, belly expands. As you exhale, belly contracts. Keep your mind focused on your breath. So a good way to do this is to watch the journey of the breath. Watch the breath entering the nostrils, moving all the way down into the lower lungs, and then moving back up. Same journey on the way back out through the nostrils. And take one more nice deep breath into the belly. And then we'll slide our hands up onto the ribs, breathing into the middle lungs. So as you inhale, the ribs expand outwards. As you exhale, they contract in. One more breath. And then bring your hands up onto your chest. And breathing into the upper lungs now, letting the chest expand and soften with every breath. If your mind starts to wander, bring it back onto the breath. We don't want to let the mind wander off too far. Being aware that the mind has wandered, you're halfway there. One more breath into the chest. And then place one hand back down on the belly, below the navel. And we're going to join all 3 breaths for a full yoga breath, filling the lungs from the bottom to the top, emptying them from the top to the bottom, just like a balloon. So as you inhale, belly expands, then ribs, then chest. As you exhale, chest softens, ribs draw in, navel draws in. Just take 2 more of these nice, deeply relaxing yoga breaths. Keeping your mind fully focused on the breath. And relaxing your hands into your lap. And we're going to add a mantra to our breath. The mantra is Gauranga, and it's said in 4 syllables: Gaur, Ra, Ang, Ga. So just remember, keep your mind on the sound. If your mind wanders off, gently draw it back. You've got to keep bringing it back. Just like when you're training an animal or a horse, you just keep doing it again and again and again. And finally that horse or that dog becomes trained. So we're going to inhale and exhale 3 times together. And then on the 3rd exhale, we're going to say the mantra Gauranga on the outward breath for the full length of the exhalation. As we inhale, we'll say it within the mind. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, Gaura Anga. Inhale, saying it mentally. Gaura Gora Anga. One more. Gora Anga. Hold the mantra within your mind. Let it resonate there for a few breaths. Keep it there within the mind. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. And we're going to practice some japa meditation. You may have some beads. If not, you can just chant along. Mantra meditation on beads is really great for increasing focus, because the more senses you use in the practice, the more your mind will go onto where your senses are being used. So by using the extra sense of touch in our practice, our mind is more likely to focus. So we're just going to do one round of japa meditation, and we're going to use the mantra Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. And we're going to say the mantra on the first bead. Traditionally we use the middle finger and the thumb, and we move to the next bead, and we continue saying that mantra on each bead until we get back to the head bead again. And we say Hari Bol on the head bead. So I'll start. You join in whenever you feel ready to do so. And just remember to keep that mind coming back, training the mind back onto that sound. It'll wander off. That's what minds do. They're very, very erratic and rebellious. But we want to bring it under our control. We don't want to have a rebellious mind. We want to be having our mind do what we want it to do. So bring it back onto the sound if it starts to wander off. Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, 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 Hari Bol. Haribo, Nitai Gaur, Nitai Gaur, Haribo. 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 Last one. Haribo, Nitai Gaur, Nitai Gaur, Haribo. So you've just completed one round of japa meditation. You can do as many of these as you like. That took us around about 5 minutes. So 2 of these is the recommended 10 minutes of meditation daily. So let's move into another form of meditation now known as Kirtan meditation, where we sing the mantras. So people who love music will love this one. I'm going to be singing a mantra through first. The mantra is Om Hari Om, and then you respond. Just keeping that concentration, that focus on the mantra. Remember to train that mind. That crazy mind needs to be brought under control, and we need to train it. I'll sing it through twice, and then you respond singing it back to me. And just really focus on both the singing of the mantra and the responding. As I was saying to you before, you can also practice focused listening just by closing your eyes and really focusing on a kirtan track, a meditation, kirtan meditation track. Conscious listening it's known as. So we're going to give you some links to some tracks below so that you can practice that type of meditation as well if you like. So many ways you can apply these mantras in your life to increase your focus and concentration, and that focus and concentration that you achieve through meditation will also assist you in so many other facets of your life. So I hope you enjoyed the class today, and I hope I can connect with you again soon. Namaste.
Is this all right?
Socially distance. Namaste and welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed our first yoga and meditation session. So before we move on to our next session, we just wanted to give a massive shout out, gratitude, appreciation, and a thank you to the Australian School of Meditation and Yoga and Meditation New Zealand. So both these schools are nationally run, non-for-profit yoga schools who are run by volunteer yoga and meditation teachers, and a huge, we have like a huge base of helpers as well to help out in all the programs that are run. And these volunteers are all people who have been touched by yoga in some way. So thank you so much to ASMY and Meditation New Zealand. Go check out their websites if you can. And thank you to everybody who helped out pulling this day together. And if you haven't checked out some of our stuff as well, both Meditation New Zealand and ASMY have been streaming online all throughout COVID-19. So a lot of the people that helped put this festival together have not had a moment's rest and continued to press forward because they knew just how much yoga and meditation was going to actually help people get through this difficult time. So now for our next talk, we have...
Yes, we have Radha Krishna, always a favorite. This talk is actually from back in January. The Mushroom Gold Coast and ASMY hosted a bushfire relief fundraiser for the firefighters in New South Wales. And Radha Krishna gave a very clear, practical, and powerful talk on the art of karma yoga. So we're going to go into that now, followed by just a 5-minute mindfulness refresher before we continue on with the festivities. So enjoy.
So what I thought we'd touch on a little bit today, because of this, but also for many other reasons, is the idea of karma yoga, what karma yoga is, and how it relates to people who are volunteering, because most of the firefighters are volunteers, and, you know, why they're doing that, how that connects up to yoga and to our own spiritual journey, what we can learn from these people and apply into our life. You know, usually, you know, when people think of yoga and meditation, sometimes people have the idea that it is what used to be called navel gazing. Has anyone heard that term? Navel gazing, very inward looking, where a person is simply, you know, going within, and that is the whole of the spiritual journey. So we're kind of, you know, stepping away from the external world. And our spiritual journey is just this inner journey, these experiences which I may have. So sometimes people talk about this as being navel gazing, right? So you're looking inward. But what I'd like to speak a little bit about tonight is how there is much, much more to what yoga actually is. Authentic yoga is much more than just doing yoga asanas or having some kind of quiet mind or going inward. Actually, there's much more to it than that. So I thought I'd read some very nice things first, and then we can kind of explore a little bit. So this is some very nice instructions from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You know, some of you who have been coming for a while would have heard about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We celebrate his appearance in March, I think it is, this year. He is a very special transcendental personality. So he says this: one who has taken his birth as a human being should make his life successful and work for the benefit of all other people. So here he's setting what is a successful life, what is a purposeful life. One who has taken his birth as a human being should make his life successful and work for the benefit of all other people. It is the duty of every living being to perform welfare activities for the benefit of others with his life, wealth, intelligence, and words. By his works, thoughts, and words, an intelligent man must perform actions which will be beneficial for all living entities in this life and the next. So it's not that someone who is interested in spiritual life has no concern for the well-being of others. A genuine spiritual person is concerned for the spiritual and physical or material well-being of all living entities, not just focused upon their own life. And as Chaitanya is saying here, both in this life and then when a person leaves this life, in the next. So in this connection, I'd also like to read something very nice from my spiritual teacher. He says, the essence of the teachings of yoga and the great yoga sages is to encourage as many people in the world as possible to live a life of karma yoga. The word yoga means union of the individual soul, the Atma, with the Supreme Soul. According to yoga philosophy, everything animate and inanimate, all energies, are emanations from the Supreme Soul. God and all energy, both animate and inanimate, emanating from the Supreme Soul, is known as the Absolute Whole. Each of us, each living being, each person is in fact part and parcel of the Supreme Soul. Because of our connection with the Absolute Whole, the Supreme Soul, other living beings, and inanimate energy, we cannot experience true happiness living just for ourselves. We must live in harmony with the Supreme Soul, all living entities, and the planet. One who is selfish may be so because they believe that only by being selfish will they be able to achieve happiness. However, this idea is mistaken. The exact opposite is true. The chorus of a hit song from the 1960s cries out, "You've got to live for yourself and nobody else." Unfortunately, a whole generation bought into that lie, which resulted in greater unhappiness on both the personal and social levels. According to the self-realized yoga sages and the yoga scripture, the happiness we seek can paradoxically be fully realized only when we seek it for others. In essence, to live a life of karma yoga is to live a life in which one tries to be of service to the Supreme and others, rather than just living for oneself. To live a life of karma yoga means to live a life in which one sees themselves as servant, not master, as a caretaker, not an exploiter. Anyone, regardless of age, gender, religious beliefs, occupation, and so on, can apply this essence of karma yoga in his or her own personal life. It doesn't matter if you are a business person, a homemaker, a politician, a rabbi, a priest, farmer, police officer, construction worker, yoga teacher, or anything else. No matter what your occupation or interest is, you can practice karma yoga. So I just want to read this one little point again. The happiness we seek can paradoxically be fully realized only when we seek it for others. Does this not seem like a radical idea compared to how we're brought up in this world, what society puts forward as being the goal? You know, we all seek happiness, and here we are being informed that actually, as long as we remain selfish, as long as we remain on the platform of what I want, what I don't want, what I like, what I don't like, I like this, I don't like that, I like this person, I don't like that person. As long as we remain on that platform, we can actually never experience the purpose to our life, the meaning, and actual experience, actual happiness. Because this goes against the essence of our spiritual nature. The nature of the living being, the nature of each one of us, is not only that we are eternal spirit soul, part and parcel of the Supreme Soul, our very nature is to actually love and to be loved, and out of that love to serve. That is our nature. To serve is our nature, not to be the master, the center, or the enjoyer of this world, the resources of this world, and of other people in this world. And we will actually only find true happiness, purpose, and meaning when we are engaged in the loving service of the Supreme Soul and other living beings. This goes directly against what society puts forward. But it's not that difficult to understand. Has anyone here ever had a pet? Anyone here had a pet, has a pet? One person. I find that very hard to believe. It can be various kinds of pets. Why do we get a pet? Why do we want a pet? Why do we have pets? Because we want to give our affection and we want to receive affection. Right? It's connected to care. Someone caring for someone and someone caring for me. It's based upon love and affection. But we don't just, let's say we have one of the four-legged variety, we have a dog. We don't just have the dog in the lounge room in a glass case, just sitting there in the middle of the lounge room in a glass case, and we look at our dog and go, that's a very nice dog. I really love my dog. And we just look at it. Those of you who have dog pets, what do? Do you not talk to your dog? Does your dog talk back to you? Of course it does. Of course your dog talks back to you. You have conversations, do you not? And we imagine that the dog is understanding what we're saying. No, actually, it may actually understand to some degree what I'm trying to communicate. But what we do with our dog, out of that affection, do we not get up early in the morning and take it for a walk before work? Do we not carry a little blue plastic bag with us as we're walking? And we pick up that nice warm morning, fresh. And we take that and we put it somewhere. Do we also not brush the coat of the dog or the cat or whatever it might be, and we give it a bath? We pay someone to come around to our house, we pay them, $100 to give them a wash, a bath. We feed the dog. We even walk down the aisles in the supermarket looking for the best food. Notice they even have gourmet food for your dog. I just think crappy old scraps. Oh, this one's got organic, whatever it is, vegan, vegan pet food and all kinds of things now. Why do we do it? Why does a person do that? Because there's a relationship. It's a relationship of affection, of care, of experiencing that person's care for me, isn't it? If you ever, you have, we'll use the, cats are a little different, but, dogs are more outgoing like this. They'll, if you've been away for a while or you come home in the evening after being away all day, they come bounding to you and jumping up on you and licking and all kind of stuff. So they're happy to see you and you're happy to see them. Now let's also transfer this to, of course I just think that's a little harder to do with goldfish. It's kind of hard to express that affection in things like goldfish, but there's probably something there. So let's kind of now shift this to something maybe every one of us has experienced. We are all looking to love and to be loved. No exception. There is no exception to this rule. Doesn't matter what a religion someone is. It doesn't matter where they've come from, what their nationality is, what their status in life is. Nothing. Everybody, everywhere is looking to love and to be loved. But again, let's say there's a person who I love. I don't just put them in a glass case, in the lounge room and kind of just sit there and look at them and go, I really love you. Right? And that's all you do. You just love them by looking at them. No, you want to do things for them. You want them to be happy. And you want to do things which are pleasing to them, which makes them happy, satisfied in life. So again, we don't think of it as being serving, because this word serving or servant has become something as a derogatory term. You're a servant. No, we want to be a CEO. We want to be on top. We don't want to be on the bottom, a servant. but actually to serve out of love is the nature of the soul. So if we try to live a life which is not in harmony with this reality, we will always experience some emptiness or a lot of emptiness, purposelessness, no meaning to my life. Even though I may have everything I need, materially or physically, I will still feel this emptiness inside. This is natural, because we are not acting upon our true nature. There's even, I may upset some people here. I don't mean to upset anyone. It's just to point out some idea that you may consider. Even this whole idea, which is quite common, where a person begins to know the secret of life. The book, The Secret. And you know what the secret is? You demand from the universe what you want, and the universe must deliver what you want. Has anyone heard this idea? This is so far away from actual spiritual life, it is not a joke. That has nothing to do with spiritual life. Please don't hit me. I'm speaking the truth here. It has zero to do with actual spiritual life. Is that a little bit hard to swallow, or are you okay with that? Why? Because it goes against my very nature, the essence of who I am. As long as I live a life where I am the center of my existence, and everything and everyone revolves around me for my enjoyment, including the whole universe and everything it has to offer, no. A person cannot be happy, actually. Even if, putting aside whether it's real or not real, let's say it is real, and let's say, yes, I've been successful in achieving this. Even if a person is successful in this endeavor, it is not actually the goal of spiritual life, and it will not actually bring satisfaction, meaning, purpose, happiness into that person's life. Because things and stuff cannot make us happy. Because we are not stuff. We are eternal spiritual beings. And you may have picked up on one of the words or phrases I used when I was reading that. The absolute whole. The absolute whole. We are part of the absolute whole. The absolute whole means everything. It means the Supreme Soul, or God. All living entities. Not just human beings, but all living beings are part of the absolute whole. Everything animate and inanimate. Everything is part of the absolute whole, or God, if we want to use that word. So we are part of that absolute whole. And in the same way, let's say in a family, let's say you have a mother and a father, you have a number of brothers and sisters. In the same way that when a person helps their brother or sister, it brings joy to their heart when their brother and sister, when they do something which makes them happy. And this also brings joy to the parent when they see that their child is no longer selfish. As they are growing and maturing and are less selfish and more selfless and caring about others, a parent sighs, has a sigh of relief that they're no longer just selfish little shits. So spiritually, the same thing is there. As long as we are concerned only for ourselves, then we can actually never be happy. So it is because we're a part of the whole that there is actually joy, happiness, satisfaction when we are serving the whole. Just to use a simple example. I've used this many times, but maybe not for a long time, so maybe some of you haven't heard it. So this body, my body, your body, can be considered as a whole unit. But within that whole unit, there are various parts to the unit. There are hands, eyes, feet, stomach, liver, kidneys, all different parts make up the whole of the body. And it's when the whole, all the parts of the whole, are working harmoniously with each other that one can actually be healthy, experience health. But let's say one of the hands becomes selfish. and decides that it wants to enjoy separately on its own. It wants to do its own thing. So on every morning, the person uses their body, they go to the kitchen and they make a banana and mango smoothie. So all the parts are kind of cooperating. But there's one particular day the hand goes, no, I refuse to give the smoothie to the mouth. Why should I do that? What's the mouth going to do with it? Only give it to the stomach, so I'm not going to get anything out of it. So they make the smoothie, and then the hand keeps the smoothie and puts its hand into the glass and starts enjoying the smoothie. Squeezing the smoothie, diving in and diving out of the smoothie. Really, letting the smoothie drip all over it and just taking the smoothie in. Is the hand actually enjoying? So similarly, we are all part of the whole. If we live a life like that hand, where I'm simply concerned about myself, even so-called spiritually, I'm concerned just about myself, without being concerned for others, then I'm like that hand. So karma yoga, the word yoga means union with the divine, and the word karma means action. So this practice of karma yoga is where I actually live a life centered around serving the Supreme and all of the parts and parcels of the Supreme, all living beings, being concerned for their welfare. Such a life is a life of karma yoga. In the yogic terms, a saintly person is known as para dukkha dukhi. It's a Sanskrit term, para dukkha dukhi, which means the person has great compassion and empathy for the suffering of others. The suffering of others becomes their suffering. The joy of others becomes their joy. This is the actual heart of a spiritual person. Not demanding from the universe, I should have this, give me that. That's just a spiritual brat. When kids are brats, right? You remember you take them to the shop and what's a kid? It's all about me. I want, gimme, I want this, I want that, gimme this, gimme that, right? You're called bratty, you little brat. I'm not sure if you're allowed to use those terms anymore. But that's what they were known as, little brats, because they're just so self-centered. We don't want to be spiritual brats, where we're just simply concerned about our own well-being first. So the reason I bring this up is because this practice of karma yoga is what these amazing people are doing in this current time of this disaster, of these fires. So we can learn from their selfless service. They are putting their lives at risk for the benefit of others. Without their selfless service, many people would have died, more people would have died than unfortunately currently have. So the reason I bring it up is that we can maybe examine our own life a little. Even if this begins with those around us, our friends and family, and perhaps even those we don't get on with so well, we can actually see some way in which we can make their life a little happier. And then it can expand. It's like when you drop a stone into a placid lake, the ripples begin to expand outwards. So initially, in the beginning, a person is only concerned about their own well-being. It's all about me. But then as they grow and mature, then maybe they start being concerned about their siblings, their immediate family. And then as that ripple, that love, what it is actual spiritual love, as it begins to expand more and more, they become concerned about the people in their community, maybe in their nation, maybe even all human beings. But that ripple can continue to grow, where it actually encompasses all living beings. And it continues to grow where it encompasses the absolute whole, the Supreme Soul, all living beings, and all the energies emanating from the Supreme, because we are all part of that Supreme Soul, the absolute whole. Thank you very much.
Namaste. My name is Nityananda. We're moving into a guided mindfulness meditation now. So find yourself a nice, comfortable sitting position, sitting with the body tall and relaxed. We'll begin by just bringing our focus to the breath. Now to just roll your shoulders back. Body sits nice and tall and very comfortably placed. So in this practice of mindfulness meditation, we learn to take a step back from the activities of our mind. In the ancient yoga text, the Bhagavad Gita, it states that the mind's nature is that it is very restless, turbulent, obstinate, and more difficult to control than the wind. But by constant practice and detachment, the restless mind can be curbed. So the mind makes up part of the subtle body and processes all of the sensory information that comes in. So if you bring your focus now to the activities of your mind, you'll notice different thoughts, different images, reflections, past feelings and emotions will come and rise to the surface of the mind. This endless stream of mind stuff will make an impression on the mind and then move on and be replaced by another impression. Similar to different footsteps in the sand. So as you become aware of this different chain of images and thoughts, the real practice comes in taking a step back. Taking a step back and just watching from a distance these changes. Not becoming entangled or affected by these impressions that come, but remaining aloof as a silent witness, simply watching. So the real practice of mindfulness is taking a step back from the activities of the mind. On a daily practical level, when we find the mind is raging like the wind, burning like fire, or as cold as ice, we can learn to take a step back from the mind and not become affected by its turbulent nature. This understanding becomes deeper by knowing through wisdom that the mind is not the self. The mind is a possession. It's a possession under my care. If we look after the mind through these wonderful yoga practices of meditation, the mind will become our friend. If we neglect the mind and overstimulate it, forget to manage it, and let it go on its merry way, the mind will become our enemy. So once the mind has become curbed, we can also understand that as the mind continually changes, I, the self, remain constant. Helping me to understand my eternal nature, that I am not temporary. Let's bring our focus back to the breath after just letting these mind's activities pass. Aham Brahmasmi. I am not the body, nor the material mind. I am eternal by nature. The body is temporary, and so is the mind. Aham Brahmasmi. So I'd like to thank you very much for joining me in this guided mindfulness meditation. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Nityananda Das, for the beautiful mindfulness meditation, and also to Radha Krishna Das for that powerful message. And if you are not on the Gold Coast and you would like to tune in to more of Radha Krishna Das's talks, if you log on to the March Room Gold Coast, every Sunday afternoon at 5 p.m, there is a live streamed Kirtan, mindfulness meditation, and a yoga wisdom talk from Radha Krishna Das.
And also every Thursday at 7 p.m.
And every Thursday. So next up we have Madana Mohana Dasi, who's going to be taking you through a goal-setting session with the yoga perspective in mind. So you can sit down with a pen and paper for that one. And after that we have Philippa, Dori, and Tori.
The rhyming names.
Yes. Who are going to be taking you through a sun salutation sequence. And after that, we're going to be cutting straight to Kirtan with Prahlad and the chants. And some more friends as well.
Yes, we have Yadu there as well. If you don't know, Yadu from Kirtan Experience, he streams Kirtan every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. on his page. So look him up. He has some of the best Kirtans around. All right, enjoy.
Namaste, welcome to Yoga Day Festival. I hope you have enjoyed your journey with the Yoga Day Festival so far, and I'm sure that you would have got a lot out of the different speakers and sessions that you've been involved with. My name is Madana Mohana Dasi, and I'm a yoga, meditation and wellbeing coach. And what I'd like to guide you through in this session is creating a wellbeing plan, something that you can go away with and think about to improve your life. So when we talk about well-being, in our well-being workshops, we actually refer to what we call 3 pillars of health. And I always add something to that as well. So the 3 pillars of health, which are essential for our well-being,
are things that are very common, but they're things which people often don't prioritise enough. So the first one we're going to look at is our sleep. And every mother will be able to experience what it's been like when they haven't had enough sleep, because it just totally affects the way that you're able to function. So we are actually a sleep-deprived nation, and this affects us on so many levels. It affects our health, affects our well-being, our mental, emotional well-being, our productivity, everything. And you know, it seems that we are leading much busier lives than maybe generations previous to us. And I think it's something that maybe the current climate has enabled us to step back and really think and reflect about our busyness in lives, our busy lives. You know, what are we doing? We're going somewhere, we're doing something, we're trying to achieve this, we've got to get this, and somebody said I need to go there, etc., etc. So with the pulling back, we're actually able to reflect a little bit more and actually say, what are the important things in my life that I need to attend to? So sleep is definitely one of those things, you know. If we're not getting enough sleep, as I said, you're not able to function properly. The reality is that we've got a generation, up-and-coming generation of young people who don't get enough sleep, and this impacts their whole overall well-being, their being able to concentrate at school, their cognitive functioning, everything really. And let's just kind of consider what is that interferes, you know, with that. And often it can be that our lives are busy, they're exciting, they're stimulating, all this is going on all the time, and we don't want to take away from that. So, and of course, you know, what plays a large part in that is technology. So the experts always advise, and this is something which we adults and also need to pass on to our children, that we should actually disconnect from technology at least a couple of hours before sleep, because the research has identified this actually interferes with the quality of our sleep. So that's one area, you know, that we do need to prioritise, because if that's in place, the rest of your life is actually, or the things that you're trying to do in your life will actually flow much better. The other pillar of health that we can pay attention to is what we're eating, you know, and of course many people, you know, they might go on diets, they might try different things, etc. But what we've got to do is really be in control of the food that we're putting into our bodies, because it's not only affecting us physically, it's also affecting us on many different levels as well. Even our sleeping, you know, that can be affected by the type of food that we're eating. So one particular food, which I'm sure you're all guessing that I'm going to mention, yes, it's that dreaded word that begins with S, is sugar, because it does affect the way that our brain operates. In fact, it can put us into a state of craving, which is similar to being on cocaine. The World Health Organization has recommended that we consume maximum of 6 to 9 teaspoons, depending on whether you're male, female, body type, per day. And the average Australian consumes 25 teaspoons of sugar a day. So it's already kind of putting us way over what our consumption should be. So a very easy way to manage what we are eating is to go with foods that are as natural as possible, foods that are as unprocessed as possible. So become a really good label reader. If you start looking at the labels, you'll start to go, I can't even pronounce those words. And if sugar is in your first 3 ingredients, then it means that the sugar rating in that product is above, you know, what you should be consuming. So if we can cut down on that, we may go through some withdrawal symptoms, but your body will really like you for it. Your brain will really like you for it. Your emotional regulation will also improve. The third pillar of health that we need to look at and identify, so while we're doing this, you can actually reflect on, is that something I need to attend to? So for those of you who do have the resource guide, and if you don't have the resource guide which is available for this workshop, please put a comment just below where we are registered, or just below the link here, and one of our friendly staff will get. So if you refer to your resource guide on page 3, there is a section there where you can identify what habits you would like to improve on. So that is one area you can look at. And also just stepping back to what we were talking about regarding creating a sleep routine, if you go to page 5, there's some tips there that you can also put into place to help you actually achieve a goal of improved sleep. And just point of information is that research that was conducted in 2019 has identified that 59% of Australians struggle with their sleep. So, it is a very common thing, which is something we can all fix up, but it does take prioritising, it does take reflecting, and it does take considering that this is something I need to change. The third pillar of health that we're going to look at is exercise, because this is something, again, which is important for our well-being. It cuts across our well-being, physical, our mental and emotional. Research again identifies that the more physical exercise we do, we get those endorphins in our body, which actually, those feel-good ones, how you can feel sluggish. And some people think, well, I don't have time, I don't have the energy, I'm too busy, etc. The reality is that if you start exercising, you experience more energy. So that gives you the energy to kind of, do all the other things that you want to do. And also gives you the stamina. It also improves your sleep, and it will also improve what you're eating, because your body will be craving foods which are going to sustain that extra exercise that you're doing. Just an additional tip which I forgot to remind you is that if you improve sleeping, if you get yourselves out into sunlight for about the first 10 minutes or at the beginning of the day, 10 minutes sunlight, that will improve your sleeping, because your body's actually absorbing that daylight light, and that aids to your sleep pattern. An area that I think is really important for us to focus on, and it's with reference to page 2 in your workbook, is our mental and emotional health. When we take the yogic principle, we understand that the health of the body depends on the health and balance of the mind. And the yoga principle tells us that our emotions can actually lead to wrong actions. So when you're working, if you're going to pick this as one of your goals, and I'll talk about goal setting and what goals for you to pick a little bit later, you can actually consider, is this something that I need to think about? Is this an area where I can improve my mental and emotional health? The area of being aware of your emotions and your reactions. This helps us to think before we act, and it's a really important understanding that we teach in our meditation classes, because often we act without thinking, and often we think those thoughts that come into our mind are thoughts that we need to act on, because they came into my mind, and my mind is something that I always pay attention to, and therefore this is something that requires my attention. So if you've attended any of the meditation workshops or the workshops which guide you through the mindfulness process, that will guide you through understanding, yes, those thoughts are present in my mind, but I do not have to pay attention to every thought that comes into my mind. I can allow that thought stream to come through and flow by. And I can learn to understand those thoughts that do require my attention and those thoughts that don't. And an area that we focus on when we do our mindfulness workshops is we direct people to actually learn to pause in states of high emotion, because no good action usually comes out when we are highly emotive. So we should not react to a situation when we are in a state of high emotion. We need to walk away. Initially that might be physically, we need to remove ourselves from the situation, reflect, do some meditation, do some deep breathing, And then we are in a state of mind when we've got clarity of mind, we can revisit whatever the situation was, whether it was a disagreement or an interaction you're involved in that made you highly emotional. You can actually go back to that and have clearness and clarity of mind to be able to deal with it. And if we can take this on board, we will be able to improve our mental and emotional well-being, you know, to a huge degree. Make such a difference to our lives when we are in control rather than our emotions and our mental reactions being in control. So as we work through the booklet, I want you to identify what habits that you need to cut back on. So that is something for you to reflect on and consider and think about. And it's not just habits such as things like I need to reduce my sugar intake, etc. Also, you know, sometimes we get into habits where we respond to situations via our emotions. So this is something we can reflect on. Is that the way I normally respond to something? Do I respond to something which doesn't go my way in anger? How can I actually change that? We can change, as I said, the way that we react to something. And that can be a habit. So, you know, that habit needs to be broken. And hopefully I can just fill you in on how we can work with our habits a little bit later. Another area which is on page 3 is actually looking at identifying what are those activities in your life which drain your time and energy. Because these are things that actually get in the way of us being productive, of leading healthy, happy lives. And it can be things, you know, such as unresolved problems. Do they sap all our time and energy? If you find yourself continually thinking about a problem, about a situation, about something, is that the thing that keeps coming into your mind over and over again? You need a strategy, a technique to enable you not to always attend to that. So meditation is the perfect strategy to enable your mind to be taken away from those things that it's normally placed on. So that is again something individual that you can do to help you identify what are those activities which are draining your time and energy. You're going to look at what are your recharge strategies, and this is something that we kind of all need, you know. In a 2019 study, it was identified that 97% of Australians recognised that relaxation was essential to their well-being. So think about, what are your recharge strategies? Do you just move from one situation to another? You know, one thing that we teach people when we're teaching them meditation is not only having that individual practice every day, but also using your meditation to help you transition from one situation in your life to another. You know, from one role. We all have different roles that we play. Your mum, you go to work, going home, you know, you've got to deal with the dinner, etc., etc. So as you leave the office and all the problems, you can sit in your car for 3 minutes and have a meditation as you go through that transition and step into your next role, feeling refreshed, closing one door, opening another door, and being able to kind of meet those responsibilities. So meditation is, of course, I consider an essential recharge strategy. Moving into a different area, what we can look at is also identifying what part of the day you work most effectively, because this is obviously going to, it's an important aspect of your well-being. If we use our best energy for kind of trivial activities, you know, checking up on our social networking, etc., then that can take away from that really focused time that we're productive to be able to do those responsibilities and work tasks that you know, are really important. So it's important for us to identify that. And people have different ways. For example, I know that I'm a morning person, so my productivity starts to decline after mid-afternoon. So I need to devote all of my thinking tasks to that part of the day, where I'm more productive, I'm more alert, I'm more, in tune, I'm onto things much faster. I know that some people, this is true of young people, they're particularly more productive at night time. The lights go on and then they want to study or they want to work. Personally, I think that school should actually start at 10 o'clock for teenagers because they don't wake up early in good states. So I think we kind of need to move on and identify how we are going to create goals. So if you turn to page 6, there's some examples of goals in there. So when we're talking about goals, we're going to talk about a SMART goal, the SMART goal. So when we're looking at our wellbeing plan, and what I would like you to do is to commit to 3 areas of your life that you can improve, that you can set a goal for that is going to improve your well-being. So it can be one of the 3 areas. I'm also highly recommending that you add meditation to your life, because that is, when we're talking about balance in life, we're talking about balancing our spiritual, our physical, our mental, our emotional well-being, and adding meditation to your life. There's some research in your booklet that will tell you the benefits of meditation, and of course the proof is if you apply meditation to your life, then it's an experiential process. So you apply meditation to your life, you will experience the benefits. So if we're talking about adding meditation plus goals that are going to be achievable for you, so some of you may have heard of SMART goals, so we're looking for a goal that is specific, a goal that's measurable, a goal that is attainable, achievable. You've got to know I'm going to be able to achieve this goal. A goal that's realistic, reasonable, so it's not, kind of out there. I'm going to exercise 3 hours every day. And a goal which is timely, so put a time frame to it. So for example, if you want to get fit, you're not going to say, I want to get fit. You're going to apply a SMART goal to that. So your SMART goal would read, I am going to go to the gym 3 times a week on a Monday, a Thursday and a Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And that ticks all the boxes. So what we want our goal to be, we want it to be a habit that we are adding to our lives. So if we think about habits, there is something called the habit loop. So our habit starts off with a cue or a trigger. So for example, I get home from work, I'm starving, I open a packet of biscuits, I turn on the TV, I eat the biscuits, I fall asleep, I don't eat dinner. That's my cue. I walk in the door hungry. So where's the biscuits? And the TV is part of that cue as well. So what is my trigger? So what is good to hang your goal off is a trigger that is already in place, or a cue that's already in place. So we all have those throughout the day. So it could be first thing when I rise in the morning, or it could be after I've had a shower, or it could be before I eat my lunch, etc. So if we're talking about setting up a meditation habit, we're looking at first thing in the morning. I have a shower and I have my meditation space. So you have your space set up ready so that it's there for you to practice your meditation before you get into your day's activities. So talking about a habit, that cue, that trigger is the thing that you're going to set up to make it so that your routine, which is the second step in the process, your routine is the actual habit. So you might write a goal which is going to be your new routine, and that is, I'm going to practice meditation for 10 minutes every day after rising or after showering. So that is going to be your new routine. To make that routine easier, as I said, you set up your space. It can be a cushion in a corner of your room, and you've got your meditation beads sitting there on a table or on the cushion, sitting waiting for you. The third part of a habit loop is what we call the reward. And so often, some people will say, oh yeah, I reward myself after going to the gym with a bar of chocolate or something. I would say that the reward that you are receiving from setting up your new habit is the well-being that you're experiencing from that. Because the well-being is what is going to make you have a peaceful, happy, contented life, and that is worth much more reward than a bar of chocolate. So to finish off, I would just like to recap that looking at the pillars of health, And adding meditation to your life will bring about a life which promotes happiness, purpose and meaning. And to quote Albert Einstein in 1922, and apparently he wrote this on a piece of paper which sold for, I think it was a couple of million at an auction recently. He wrote, "A calm and modest life brings more happiness than the pursuit of success combined with constant restlessness." So when we look at the pillars of health and we look at add meditation to our life, this is what we're achieving. Namaste. I hope you enjoyed the workshop.
Namaste everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here at our Yoga Day Festival online. I hope you're having a great day so far. We are. So you're here today with my friend Tori and Dori. And my nickname is now Tori. No, my name is actually Philippa, but it's a pleasure to be here with you today. So let's get right into it. Find a comfortable seated position, cross your legs, maybe sit on a cushion if you like, and sit with a nice tall spine, relaxing your shoulders. Close your eyes if you feel comfortable. I'm going to place one hand on the abdomen and one hand on the upper chest, starting with some deep yoga breaths. So relax your body. Take a breath in as you fill up from the bottom of your lungs, drawing the breath all the way to the top of your lungs. And as you exhale, slowly breathing out from your chest, rib cage, and your abdomen. Inhale as you feel your belly expand, your ribs to open, your chest to lift, and exhale to let it all go and relax. Let's take one more breath here. Inhale and exhale. Nice. Continue to breathe at a nice, steady, easy pace at your own breath cycle. Let's interlace the hands together and turn the palms down towards the floor. As you breathe in, reach your arms above your head and look up. Stretch into your your arms. Should I start again?
No, just say stretch into your arms again.
Stretch into your arms. Let's release the fingertips and bring them behind. Interlace your hands behind your back. Draw your shoulder blades together and then lift your heart center, stretching. Release your hands and take them beside your body. Let's inhale, lift the left arm across the body and then swoop it overhead, side bend, and then releasing that hand down. Left palm grounding, right arm comes across, really stretch it up and over. And then relax that hand down. Back to the left hand, we're going to take it across the body and reach it over towards the right. And then lower the hand down. And take it on the other side, reach it across, and then lower. This time left hand comes beyond the right knee as we fold forward, lower your head down. Inhale, rise up. And then exhale, right arm across, lower down towards your left knee. Inhale, coming back up. Awesome. Let's inhale, take both the arms up, join the palms together. And then exhale, bend the elbows and lower your elbows in line with your shoulders. Spread your fingers wide. We're going to cross the left hand over the right as we dive the fingertips forward, chin to chest, and round your back here. Inhale, back to that cactus arm, open the chest. This time right over left as you dive fingers forward, rounding the back. Inhale to open. Let's do one more on each side. Left over right, chin to chest. Make sure you take a deep breath in as you open and a deep breath out as you reach forward. Inhale back to opening chest pose. And then this time we're going to take the right arm underneath the left as we hug the shoulders. So you can stay here for this next pose, or you might be able to touch the back of the hands together or the palms together for Garuda arms, eagle arms. Now let's just pause for a moment. Maybe you can drop the shoulders a little lower, lift the elbows a little higher. Slowly release the hands. Inhale, stretch the arms up, open to cactus. This time we'll take the left arm underneath the right, either hugging or taking opposite hands or the palms, the back of the hands or the palms together. Relax the shoulders. Breathe into the shoulders. Awesome. This time as we open the arms, straighten the arms out to the side. Big breath in. And then hugging left arm over right. And then draw your chin to your chest. Stretch the back of your neck here for a breath. Inhale, open the arms wide. Take right over left, hugging the body. Drop the shoulders, chin to chest. Let's loosen up a little bit and have a laugh. All right, that's good. And release. Inhale, let's open wide again. And let's come forward with the hands. Let's come into our tabletop position. So rolling over your knees, come into hands and knees, wrists under shoulders, knees under hips. Let's take a bit more movement into the body. So inhale, lift the heart center. And then exhale, round your spine. Tuck your tailbone under, chin to chest. Inhale, roll the shoulders back, scoop the chest forward, lift. And then exhale, round the back. So just transition through this wonderful movement through the spine, warming the spine, energizing the spine, and also opening into the chest, the back, the shoulders. Take a few more. Breathing in, breathing out. One more. Inhale. And exhale. Now come into a neutral tabletop position. We're going to warm our way up into thread the needle. So let's take the right hand in line with the shoulder as we inhale. To go further, you're welcome to take it all the way up. And then thread that right arm under the left, hug onto your left shoulder. Inhale, right arm up, stretch the chest. Exhale, one more, hugging that in. Inhale, lift up. This time we'll take it all the way to thread the needle. So bring that right arm right underneath the left. Lower your upper arm, the shoulder, and then place the side of your head onto the floor. To get a deeper stretch, we're going to extend the left arm forward and then relax the left shoulder down. Make sure your knees are in line with your hips. Slightly engage your inner thighs. Relax as you breathe. Nice, let's return back up. So let's place that left palm under the left shoulder, pressing up back to that opening position. Inhale, stretch it out. Exhale, lower the right hand. Let's move on to the other side now. So inhale, left arm either in line with the shoulder or all the way up. Exhale, threading it under, hugging into the shoulder, right shoulder. Inhale, open. Exhale, thread it under. Inhale, open. This time we'll take it all the way through. So lower the left arm down, the upper arm, the shoulder, the side of your head onto the ground. And then perhaps when you're ready, you can extend the right arm forward. Try to reach through to your right fingertips. Relax both the shoulders and breathe. Nice. Pressing into your right hand as you bring it under the shoulder. And then inhale, lift the left arm, slowly open up. Exhale, release. Let's take it back to child's pose. So hips to heels, knees are parallel, and extend the arms forward. Just take a pause here for a moment. Relax your elbows and shoulders, your forehead on the mat. I'm going to slowly slide the hands back towards the knees as you uncurl, rolling up to a kneeling extended mountain. Bring the arms above your head as we inhale. Looking up, join the palms together. Exhale, take the arms behind, circle them back, and then extend the fingertips forward as far as you can for puppy dog. Lower the forehead. Keep the knees under the hips here. And then we'll slide the hands back as we bring the hips to heels. Relax. Nice. Continue as we slowly slide. Hands to knees rolling up. So that same sequence. Inhale, stretch. Engage your inner thighs. Exhale, arms back, circling, and then stretching them forward. Lower the forehead. Breathe into the chest. And then hips to heels. Let's take that sequence one more time. Slide hands to knees, uncurl. Stretch up, rise up. And then circle back, extend fingers forward, bowing the head down. And back to child's pose for a breath. Nice, let's stretch out the legs, coming into your downward facing dog. So extend through the fingers, lift hips away from the heels, curl your toes, and then pressing up as you extend the hips high. Take your feet about hip distance apart, and you're most welcome to start to pedal through your heels. Invite some movement as you bend one knee, straighten the opposite, and switch. Relax your head, draw your shoulders back, down away from your ears. If you feel at all lightheaded or dizzy, stay in your child's pose or tabletop. Beautiful. Let's bend both the knees now. Look forward to your hands, walking up to the front of your mat. Inhale, hands to your shins or upper thighs, halfway lift. Exhale to fold forward. Nice. Take your time as we uncurl and roll away all the way to standing. Lifting up the arms and the head. Extend and open into the front of the body. Exhale, hands to heart center. Let's flow through our salutes now. Breathing in, lift the arms up. Exhale, bowing forward, soften your knees. Inhale, half lift. Draw the shoulders back. Exhale to fold. Plant your hands or fingertips down and step your right foot all the way to the back of your mat and lower your right knee. Coming into a low lunge. Check that knee is in line with the ankle, and then inhale, lift the arms. Exhale, bend the elbows. Take another breath in, look up, open your chest. And then exhale, spread the fingers forward and down. Nice. Curl your right toes under, lift the knee and step back to plank. You can have your knees on the floor if that's easier. Rock forward slightly and then bend the elbows and lower. Control. Reach through your feet, engage your inner thighs. Inhale, lift your head, chest, a baby cobra. Exhale, lower. Let's press back. Come through your knees to start with and then curl the toes, downward facing dog. Adjust your feet however you need to. Nice. Let's inhale, lift the right leg up. Bend your right knee and draw that knee to your chest, step it through. Lower your left heel down as we open to warrior two. Cartwheel the hands open, arms in line with the shoulders. Just look down at your feet to begin with and make sure your front heel is in line with your back heel. Have a bend into that front knee. Extend through the fingers. Relax your face. I'm going to turn the front palm up and float it backwards. Lower your left hand on the left leg and reach back. Inhale, come back to warrior two. Reach the right fingertips forward as far as you can and then place the forearm on the thigh, left arm up and over. Let's take that flow a few more times. So press into the front foot. Inhale and then exhale all the way back, exalted warrior. Inhale to center, reach forward. Exhale. Extended side angle. Nice, one more transition through those three postures. Keep that strong front leg, that front knee bent as much as you can. And back to center. Inhale to rise, hands to the hips. Let's turn the toes towards the side. And we're going to turn our toes out and our heels in for goddess stance. Let's breathe and lift the arms up. And then exhale as you bend the knees, bend the elbows, and just gaze in front. Engage through your inner thighs here. Have a nice tall spine. Draw your elbows slightly further back. Nice, one more breath. Let's straighten the legs and the arms as we inhale, bring them up. And then exhale back to our warrior two. So bend that front knee, arms in line with the shoulders. We're going to cartwheel the hands down and step forward to the front of our mat. So left foot coming forward. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, bend the knees, soften and relax. Now slowly uncurl as you rise up to stand. Arms above the head, inhale. And then exhale, hands to heart center. Let's continue on the other side. Inhale, lift the arms. Exhale, fold forward. Half lift, nice long spine. Exhale to fold. This time we're going to step the left foot to the back of the mat. Lower the left knee down, uncurl the toes, and then rise up with the arms. Inhale. Exhale, bend your elbows. Inhale, lift the chest. And then exhale, bring the hands forward, reach them forward, lower down. Step back to your plank, so curl the back toes, step back. Nice, rock forward slightly and then lower down with control. Option to come a little higher, so reach through the feet, a high cobra, keeping the elbows hugged in, gentle pressure into the hands. Exhale to lower. Come back through to your downward facing dog. Extend the hips high. Breathing in, let's lift the left leg now. Take the knee to the chest, step it through. Lower your right heel as you turn the right toes to the right, and then cartwheel open to your warrior two. Left leg in front. Again, just check into your feet here. Bending into that front knee, open chest, straight, strong arms. Turn that left palm up and then reaching it behind. Right hand resting on the right leg. Inhale to center, warrior two, and then reach as far as you can and take the forearm onto the upper thigh, right arm overhead. Press into that front foot as we come back into our reverse warrior. Open into the left side of your body. And then continue to flow through those three postures at your own pace. Stretching equal sides of the body. Nice, come back to our warrior two. And then hands to the hips, and we'll turn to face the other side. So turn your toes to the side. Take a breath in, reach the arms up. And then exhale, bring your hands behind your back, interlace your hands here and draw your knuckles down as you squeeze your shoulder blades together. You can have a soft bend in your knees. Let's inhale, look up, lift up, and then exhale, hinge from your hips and fold forward as far as you can. Try to take your arms overhead if you can and lower your head. Squeeze the shoulders together, getting a great stretch into the chest and upper body. We'll slowly release the hands to the floor now. And take your right hand underneath your nose. If you need a bit of support, you can place a block or a book under your hand. Let's inhale, swoop that left arm open to the left for a beautiful twist. If that's too strong, take the hand to the hip. Exhale, lower the left hand. Left hand under the nose, inhale, right arm swooping up, twisting. Exhale, lower. Let's do one more each side. Inhale, left arm. Exhale, release. Inhale, right arm, open the chest. Exhale, release. Place your hands on your upper thighs, soften your knees. Exhale and slowly rise up. Nice, just take a breath here, neutral position. We're going to turn the left toes to the front of the mat, take it to warrior two, one more time. Cartwheel the hands forward, and then we'll step forward, so right foot coming up. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Slowly rising up, uncurl. Inhale, extending the arms up, extended mountain. Exhale, hands to heart center. Nice, let's check in with the breath again. So one hand to the abdomen, one hand to the chest. Take another 3 breaths here. Just focus on your breathing. One more. Coming into that nice focus as we move into a balance. So take your hands onto your hips, find something to focus on in front of you that's not moving, and then bring your body weight to your left foot as we balance on the right big toe. And we're going to slowly lift the right knee up, flex the ankle, and then take the knee out to the side, placing your foot on your calf muscle and palms to heart center. Nice open chest. You can stay here with the hands, or you might like to inhale and rise the arms above your head. Keep that focus, keep a smile as you relax your shoulders. One more breath. Nice, release your hands to your heart center. I'm going to step the right foot in front of the left foot. Align the left toes with the right heel. Nice, from here we're going to place the left hand onto the hip and inhale, draw the right arm up and over for a side bend. Just go as far until you feel the stretch. You may like to take that left hand out to the left and press the right hip over to the right. You may like to extend and look towards that left hand. Let's inhale, bring both the arms above the head, and then take a forward fold. So hinge from the hips and bow the upper body down. Feel free to bend your knees here. Maybe you like to straighten your left leg a little bit more. Relax your head. One more breath. Nice. Bend your knees, slowly uncurl, rolling up. Inhale, stretch the arms up. Hands to heart center as you step your feet back to mountain. Let's go on to the other side. Hands to hips. Let's find our balance with the eyes, our focus. Body weight to the right foot. Balance on the big left toe of the left foot. And then inhale, rise. Flex the ankle, open the knee. Place the foot on your calf muscle, hands to hips. Just focus for a moment. And then inviting the arms up if you wish. Maybe to challenge your balance this side, you can maybe sway your arms a little side to side. Keep that smile on. And then we'll bring the hands back to heart center. Step that left foot in front of the right with the front toes in line with the left heel. Take the right hand to the hip. Inhale, left arm up and over for a side bend. Maybe taking that right arm out and looking to your right arm. Breathe into that stretch. You can bend your left knee a little here. Engage your core as you inhale, come back to center, arms lift, and then exhale, take it forward. Maybe bending both the knees, or just bend the left knee and straighten the right leg. Relax your head. One more breath. Rolling on up, rising up, press into the feet, arms lift. And then exhale, hands to heart center, step to mountain. Let's take one more deep breath in together. Exhale it all out. Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you enjoy the rest of your festival, and we hope to see you soon. Namaste.
Hi everybody, it's so nice to see you. It's Prahlad and Yadu. To celebrate the Yoga Day, we're gonna do a few chants for you. So please join in when you feel comfortable. Prahlad. Haribo.
Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo,
Haribo,
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo.
Goranga, 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 Haribo, Goranga, 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 Haribo,
Goranga, Goranga,
Goranga. Goranga, Haribo. Goranga, 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 Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, 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 Haribo. Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo. Goranga, 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 Haribo. Goranga, 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 Haribo. Goranga, 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 Haribo. Goranga, Goranga, Haribo. Goranga, 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 Haribo. Goranga, Haribo. Goranga, 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 Haribo. Goranga, Haribo. Goranga, Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo. Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo. Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go,
That was beautiful.
Haribo.
Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo. Haribo, Nitai go, Nitai go, Haribo. Haribo, Nitai
Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Haribo, Nityananda, Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda Haribo, Haribo, Nitaigo, Nitaigo, 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 Haribo, Gauranga Haribo, Nityananda 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 Haribo, Nitaigo, Nitaigo, Haribo, Haribo, Nitaigo, Nitaigo, Haribo, Haribo, Nitaigo, Nitaigo, Haribo, Haribo,
Haribo.
Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sing again. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you all so much. It was wonderful. I hope you enjoyed it, and we wish you have a good day. Happy Yoga Day.
And a big thank you to all of our presenters. I feel like that was a really nice, well-rounded yoga session with all three of our segments that we just had. So before we move on to our next very exciting section, we just wanted to say a big thank you to Gold Coast Active and Healthy Living. They are a council-run program that have been supporting Yoga Day Festival since the beginning for 6 years now, and they really do contribute a lot to making this day possible. So thank you, Gold Coast.
And we are officially halfway through our festival. Again, if you have not shared this video, please share it with your friends so we can take Yoga Day Festival worldwide. And again, tell us where you're tuning in from so we can see how far the magic of Yoga Day Festival has traveled. We are here to the highlight of our event, which is yoga dance. It's been probably everyone's favorite part of yoga dance since since the beginning. So join Amara, Jamuna, and Virginie for that.
Stand up.
Get ready. It's going to be
Clear
a lot of
some
fun.
space.
Followed by Kirtan with internationally renowned Kirtan band Ashraya. This is definitely the part you do not want to miss.
Hey guys, I'm Amara.
Jamuna here.
Virginie. And we'd like to welcome you to Yoga Dance, part of our Yoga Day Festival 2020. So to get started, let's come to seated. Hands in the lap. We'd like to spend a moment connecting with the theme of our Yoga Day Festival this year, rising up with yoga. So spend a moment reflecting on your own life, all the gifts and beautiful things that your yoga and meditation practice brings to you. There are so many gifts of yoga, and we can truly rise up in our lives through our practice. So yoga dance is such a fun combination of movement, mantra, and music. We join all of those together. We'll guide you through it. And we'd like to teach you the first mantra we're using for our track. So everyone repeat after me. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Nitai Go.
Nitai Go.
Nitai Go.
Nitai Go.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Beautiful. So sitting comfortably, and let's start to connect to our experience. Listen to these beautiful mantras.
Nitai Go, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Go.
Open your heart to these sounds. And then with us, sing these beautiful mantras back.
Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari.
Beautiful. So now we flow. So let's inhale, right arm up. Exhale, full child. Inhale, left arm. Exhale, child pose. One more on each side. Beautiful. Right foot forward. Inhale, lunge. Perfect. Other side. So we flow, we stretch, we move, we dance, and we sing. Let's come up to standing. Beautiful. Connect with your mountain pose and your breath. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, hands to the heart. Let's start to add a sway. Beautiful. Feet a little wider, swaying the arms, rolling the shoulders. And this is where we start to just be a little bit free. Listen to the mantras. Big smiles. Together, let's sing nice and loud.
Hari Bol, Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari Bol.
Add a little bounce in the knees. Beautiful. And then the arms up nice and high. Feel the music. Feel these mantras. Open your heart to them. Very good. Let's rise up. Sing these sounds.
Hari Bol, Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari Bol,
Gaur, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Now just start to join those movements together. So feeling nice and loose, let's add in our next move. So I'll teach you. So we're going to go under, under, over. Under, under, over. Just mirror me. And can we sing at the same time too? Hari Bol, Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Go, Nitai Go. Beautiful. Let's add in a little jump. Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Go, Nitai Go, Hari Bol. All right. Bring it back down. Good to hear some giggling. This is about fun, freedom. That's actually what our heart craves. So I really want you to connect to that experience today. Bring your hands to a beautiful lotus, signifying rising up with our practice today. Big inhale, hands up. Exhale, arms wide. Beautiful. One more. Breathing in and breathing out. Bring the hands to Namaste. To all of you here and all of you out there, I'd like to offer you my respects. Namaste. This gesture of humility and respect is one of yoga's greatest lessons. Namaste. All right, are we loose? We ready to party? Let's hit it with the next track. All right, so we're going to do like a little variation of step touch. Just follow along. Don't worry about what you look like. So to the right. Okay, so repeat after me. Our mantra is Gauranga. One more time. Gauranga. Beautiful. Nityananda. And Haribol. All right, let's try it again. Singing together this time. Gauranga, Gauranga. Haribol. Nityananda, Nityananda. Nityananda. Haribol. Beautiful. Let's mix it up. So a little jump. There we go. And we call this the kangaroo in Australia. But just freestyle it up. I know the boys at the back there are wanting to join in. If you've got someone at home that's a little bit shy too, go grab them. It's a lot of fun. All right, back to our step touch. All right, you guys ready to learn the next move? Watch us. Go round. And then a little 1, 2, all this way. Go. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, keep going. 2, 3. Okay, again. So go round. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go round. 1, 2. There we go. You girls having fun? All right. What have we got? I'm sorry, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Back to the top. Doing well, Chris. Beautiful. Are we singing? Let's sing a bit. We've caught our breath. Nityananda, Haribol. One more. Gauranga, Gauranga. Gauranga, Haribol. Nityananda, Nityananda. Nityananda. Is it coming up? One more. Finding myself in the music. Gauranga, Haribol. Nityananda, Nityananda. Now think back to where did the grapevine come from? So do we know the grapevine? So forward, back, forward, together. Everyone's catching up. Very good. So forward, back, forward, together. Let's add in a clap. And a bit of knees. Have some fun. Singing with us. Haribo, Nitai Gaur, Nitai Gaur, Haribo, Haribo, Nitai Gaur, Nitai Gaur. And you've all got to strike your coolest move. Very good. Big round of applause. And I'd like to hand you over to Jamuna.
How are you doing so far? Yeah? All right. The next mantra we'll be dancing with and chanting with is Gauranga. Okay? And then goes Haribo. So I'm going to be teaching you how to do it. First, we're going to be starting by facing the back. Okay? So just watch me first. Let me show you. So facing the back and you go Gauranga. And then you go jump forward, facing each other. And you just go shake your arms for that Gauranga mantra. Okay? And just follow the steps. Ready? All right. Okay, let's go. Face the back. And right hand. Left hand. Go jump forward. Shake those arms. Shake those hips if you want. And go this side. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in this side. 4. Now 2, 2. 1 on each side. 2, 3, 4. Now we're gonna go forward. To the back. Now forward again. Nice smiles. Now you're gonna be chanting with this, okay? 3, 2, 1, go! Gauranga, 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 1, 3, go! Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Now, Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Woo! Breathe! And then exhale. Recharge, everybody. Then we're going to be doing the second set. Just the same step. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. 1 and 2, 2. 1 and 2. 1 on each side. And go forward. To the back. Go forward. To the back. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Keep going! Gauranga, Gauranga, Haribo! Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Breathe! Breathe it all in. Recharge. You can sway from side to side. And we'll do it for the third time. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Use your hips. 2, 3, and 4. 2, 1, and 2. 1 and 2. 1 on each side. 2, 3, 4. Come forward. To the back. Step forward. To the back. 3, 2, 1, go! Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Gauranga, 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 Haribo! Go! Gauranga, 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 go. Woo! All right. Thank you. The next track, you guys want to breathe first and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. All right, let's breathe again. And just sway from side to side. The next step to this is the teacup. 1, 2, 3, 4. Other side. 2, 3, 4. 2. 1 and 2. 1 and 2 and 1. 1. 1. Let go. Just play around. Skip and hop. Skip and hop. The mantra you're going to be chanting with is Goranga. Goranga Haribo. To the back. Goranga Haribo. Goranga Haribo. Goranga Haribo. Breathe. And breathe. This side. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breathe. And breathe. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and skip. Keep going. Now go forward. Goranga Haribo. Goranga Haribo. Goranga Haribo. Goranga Haribo. We're going to drop this. And 1, 2. Drop forward and back. To the side. To the back. Keep going. To the side. All right, breathe, everybody. Two more sets of breathing. All right, breathe in and breathe out. One more breathe in. Breathe out. Haribo.
All right, let's do a beautiful cool down track now. Let's bring our hands to Namaste. Our mantra for this track is Goranga. Repeat it after me. Let's first listen to me. Really open your heart. Bring that sound, that spiritual sound vibration. That's actually the food for us, the soul. Bring it down into your heart and then say it back after me. Goranga.
Goranga.
One more. Goranga. Beautiful. Hands by the side, a little bit of swaying. And just listen to that beautiful mantra in the music. One more. Let's have a well-deserved forward fold. Feet to hip width. Inhale, arms up and back. Exhale, swan dive from the heart. Bend your knees if you need an option. Let your head hang there, just relax and fold. And sway a little in your forward fold, side to side. Right, left, right, left. Beautiful. Have a big sigh, fold forward. Let's come to seated. Take the legs out in front. Sit yourself up nice and tall and move side to side, releasing your back a little. Beautiful. Take the right knee to the chest. Inhale, arm high. Exhale, little twist to the right. Beautiful. Back to the center, forward fold. Left knee high. Inhale. Exhale, twist. Beautiful. Back to the center. Give your knees a little hug. Let's join Jamuna and Virginie lying down for a beautiful mantra shavasana. Let your arms and legs roll out. Here at the beautiful Nadia Rainforest Retreat, a beautiful tranquil setting, but wherever you are today, let's take that magic carpet ride inward with mantra. Take a big inhale. Exhale, let your body melt back. Inhale once more. And exhale, just let your heart melt and soften with these beautiful sacred sounds. Enjoy your time of complete relaxation. Beautiful. When you're ready to start moving your body again, if you're feeling quite content, feel free to stay there, or as slowly as quickly as you like. Begin to wriggle the fingers and the toes. Touch your face and have a big luxurious stretch. Give your knees a little hug, have a rock or twist. And please join us at seated. Our last little exercise or move, hand onto the shoulder. Big pat on your back. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. Big thank you to all of our friends here today and to you at home joining us. We hope you've had a really nice time and we'll see you next time. Namaste.
Namaste, everybody. My name is Dasi, and I'm here with my friends from Ashraya. We're here to have some Kirtan with you at this International Yoga Festival online. We're really happy to share Kirtan. You know, in today's times, it's very hard to find peace. You know, our bodies are not peaceful, our minds are not peaceful, our environment is not peaceful. And so the more difficult the times, the ancient Shastras say that the easier the process is for finding inner peace and for making spiritual advancement, spiritual development. So the perfect method of meditation for these current times is Kirtan, because Kirtan is not only an extremely powerful form of meditation, it's also effortless and so easy for everyone, no matter your age, no matter your background. Everyone can enjoy this beautiful Kirtan, this beautiful singing of transcendental sound. So usually the way that we practice Kirtan is in a call and response format. So for this Kirtan, I'll be leading, I'll be singing some of these sacred mantras, And then everyone here in our band, and we have a few friends here as well, is going to be singing. And if you like, you can join in by singing on the response. So let's begin.
very much. I hope you're really enjoying the Kirtan. We've got a few more to come. I'd just like to say a couple of words about how wonderful Kirtan is. Kirtan is actually a reservoir of all satisfying waters that allows you to experience inner peace and spiritual happiness. And the more we drink from this reservoir, the more your heart will be filled with spiritual love and comfort. And that's what this Kirtan is all about, filling our hearts with peace, love and comfort. So let us have another one.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more up tempo. So if you like at home,
Stand
you
up
can
and dance.
Yeah, move around and sway. That was beautiful. So we've got a couple minutes left and we're going to finish off with our very favorite mantra of all. This is the Maha mantra or the Hare Krishna mantra. And it's known as the Maha mantra because it is the most powerful, the most wonderful mantra, the most transformative mantra. And it's called the great mantra of deliverance. It delivers us from the stress, the anxiety, all the troubles in our life. This beautiful Maha mantra. So let's rest our minds and our hearts and truly relax in this beautiful transcendental sound. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please sing along, everybody. All of you at home, sing this beautiful mantra. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare,
that's better. There's nothing like a kirtan session to make our life complete. So we'd like to encourage you to come to Ashraya as well. We have a website and SoundCloud and the mantra room, so you can come and either face-to-face when that's allowed, join in kirtan with us, but also continue online. So please do so, and we look forward to catching up sometime soon. Haribol, namaste.
Haribol.
How awesome was yoga dance and kirtan with Ashraya? A massive thank you to Ashraya and to Amara, Jamuna, and Virginie for one of the highlights of Yoga Day Festival, yoga dance. If you are based in the Gold Coast or Brisbane, keep an eye out for yoga dance events coming soon to ASMY. And also, if you can go to Ashraya socials, Spotify, Facebook, show them some love, check out their music. They're legends. All right. Now that we've been up and moving, we're going to take it down a notch and do some learning. So next we have Sammy. You might recognize her. She was beside me this entire morning. She'll take us through a holistic health workshop, Health for a Higher Purpose, followed by a meditation workshop for cultivating inner strength with Vrindavan Dasi. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, happy World Yoga Day yogis. Namaste, my name is Sammy and I am so excited to be sharing today with you. So today we're going to be talking about health for a higher purpose. Really what we're going to be discussing is how your health can support your yoga journey and your higher purpose, and how pursuing your higher purpose can actually feed into vibrant health. So before we get super into the finer details, the really important fundamental principle of Aham Brahmasmi is a key element of understanding true holistic health. So there's an ancient Sanskrit mantra, which you may have heard from some of our other teachers already, Aham Brahmasmi, which means I am not my body, I am not my mind, I am spirit, eternal spark of the Supreme. So you might be able to experience this by, closing your eyes and just watching your mind for a moment. And as you start to watch the mind stuff passing you by, watching like you're watching a movie screen, just asking yourself, who is watching the movie screen? It is you, the perceiver, the spiritual spark seated within the body, observing the mind. And it's also you that is seated within the body, that is able to direct the movements of the body and to use your body as a vehicle to navigate your journey through life. So keeping this in mind, that we are mind, body, and spirit, from a Western perspective, we're pretty clued up on how to look after our body, and we're becoming increasingly more aware of how to look after our mind and mental health. But something that is often a bit vague or misinterpreted or misunderstood is actually how to look after our spiritual health. So it's a really key important of understanding holistic health is how to actually nourish yourself spiritually. And from that principle, we can actually start to experience an increasing state of vitality in our mental and physical health as well. So being able to understand and embrace this yogic scientific truth that we are mind, body, and spirit really leads us to a point where we start to question, okay, so I can look after my physical health. I'm able to look after my mental health to a certain degree. The mind is pretty wild and crazy at times, nonetheless. But when it comes to spiritual health, it's often something that in a Western context, there's a real lack in education of how to actually do that. So when we are lacking spiritual nourishment, similar to when our body is starving and we start to display symptoms of starvation, which can be, hangriness, where we actually feel mentally disturbed because we're so hungry. Physically, we might start shaking, all we can think about is food. We might need to stop what we're doing and absolutely go and find something to nourish our body for those symptoms to mitigate. And same when we experience mental imbalances, when the mind becomes very, very overwhelming. We know that we need to ground the mind through meditation or breathing, anything that's nice and calming. At the opposite end of the spectrum, you may have experienced when the mind becomes a little bit foggy, a little bit sluggish, and we need to do something to clear the mind and activate and motivate our mind. So from a spiritual context, because we may have gone our whole lifetime without any spiritual nourishment, what are the symptoms of spiritual starvation? And well, those feelings can actually come up as feelings of loneliness, emptiness, agitation, feeling like nothing is ever enough. And you may have experienced this yourself. And why I'm discussing this now is because it's just so important to understand that fundamentally we actually do need spiritual nourishment to really experience unbounded, vibrant, holistic health. So when we start to nourish ourselves spiritually with spiritual practices like you may have experienced already today, such as mantra meditation, some of the yoga wisdom talks as well as wisdom for the soul, acts of service, anything in connection with the Supreme can bring us into a state of spiritual nourishment. And when we start to experience spiritual nourishment, those symptoms of emptiness and loneliness, all the things that drive us a little bit crazy and drive us to actually, binge on food or engage in destructive health patterns, or to neglect our health completely because we feel so purposeless and feeling this really deeper sense of need for something that we can't put our finger on. When we actually do start to apply these spiritual practices on a daily basis, we start to feel grounded in ourselves. We start to feel contentment and happiness, but a different kind of happiness that you get from anything externally in this material world. And just imagine what that can do for your health when you actually feel happy and satiated spiritually, internally. It really helps to actually minimize cravings. It helps to control the senses and reduce our desires and need for external stimulation. And so when you consider that, looking at it from a health perspective, when we are working on creating a well-rounded approach to our health through looking after our physical body, looking after our mind, and also looking after ourselves spiritually, it can be that missing link that helps connect all of the other dots and actually make our health journey a lot easier, because we're not trying to seek out that something missing inside through perfect health. So when we incorporate spiritual practices into our daily routine, even if from a starting perspective you're adding them to your daily health regime by adding some japa meditation or some kirtan or attentive listening to mantra meditation, this can actually greatly elevate your health regime by not trying to place all emphasis on your physical health regime or your mental health regime. This missing piece of the puzzle can actually be the thing that binds everything together and actually creates a greater sense of internal harmony that makes it easier to keep up with your health practices, because your mind is more peaceful and tranquil, your physical body feels more relaxed. These practices are actually great stress relief as a byproduct of the contentment that they bring to our hearts. So from a yogic perspective, when we do actually incorporate spiritual practices into our health regime, or seeing it as part of a need for actual holistic health, there is a bit of a double-edged sword there, because not only do we experience that harmony in our health and that peace inside ourselves, the actual practices themselves align with and feed into the path of self-discovery and pursuing our higher purpose. So in that sense, it's really like a golden ticket or your trump card that not only is it a missing piece of the puzzle for your own physical health and well-being, it can actually really start to elevate your consciousness. It can begin to, remove some of the muddiness of our consciousness, clear our consciousness in order to allow for more insights to come up. And this is where things get really exciting, because once you're tapped into that spiritual energy, even if you don't intend to, just by osmosis of being in the environment of the holy name or these sacred mantras, this cleansing of consciousness starts to begin, and we begin to hear more and more the Lord in our heart, the Paramatma, which brings us more into a state of being in alignment with our purpose, in connection with the Supreme, and then the insights start to develop in such a way that we feel more directed in our life from here, rather than from what's going on in the media or our environmental influences. And that, again, in itself, in the bigger picture of talking about our higher purpose and looking after ourselves, the more you invest in these spiritual practices, the less they become a health practice, and the more they become an actual practice that develops your self-discovery journey and weaves into your understanding of your higher purpose and your revealing of your higher purpose. So I'm sure you've all experienced what it feels like when you get up in the morning and you have purpose. You have a spring in your step. It feels good to get up. You're excited to get going. The tasks throughout your day seem to flow. It feels good to be alive. When you don't have that sense of purpose and you don't have a reason to get out of bed, things get heavy. Even our health practices that we know make us feel good can sometimes just become more and more mundane. And we might get to a point where we think, why are we doing this? Okay, cool, I'm going to get really healthy, but then what? What's the point of good health if I have no purpose in my life? So just by adding these spiritual practices to your life, you are investing in uncovering and discovering your highest purpose. So the process in itself is quite perfect in that way. And the more you invest, the more that will be revealed, and the more you will start to feel that spring in your step as you start to develop that inner guidance. So a way to really embrace our spiritual practices and holistic health in a way that harmonizes with our higher purpose is really grasping and understanding quite a simple concept that can keep us on track and help us monitor and self-reflect to be able to make adjustments on our journey, to continue living a life that creates harmony and supports our higher purpose. And what that's referred to by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita is the Maha gunas, or the three modes of material nature. So understanding these three modes of ignorance, passion, and goodness can actually be a really great foundational approach to being able to contain all this information of health and create a really simple process to move forwards with that complements our spiritual practices and higher purpose without overcomplicating our approach to health. So just very quickly, because this is a really big concept, but also very simple at the same time, without having to get technical about our diet, and this is just as a disclaimer, not the solution to health, disease, or problems. Always, seek medical advice if you are experiencing a medical condition. But for our day-to-day life, if you want to choose a regime that complements your yoga practice and your higher spiritual purpose, the mode of goodness is considered the best lifestyle to live in order to adopt practices that elevate our consciousness as well as keeping our mind and body healthy. So simply put, the mode of ignorance will cover us with the influence of symptoms like dullness, fogginess, self-centeredness, being out of whack with the rhythms of nature, The mode of passion will have us in a full go-getter mode, more, all the stimulants, all the spicy foods, always goal kicking and what's the next thing. So even though forward thinking can still be a little bit self-focused, whereas the mode of goodness really is just, an embodiment of the yoga lifestyle. So it's all about, practices in harmony with nature, so eating at morning, noon and night, eating a simple diet of vegetarian foods, trying to eat clean, keeping the body clean, only exposing our mind to media and texts and things that actually support growth and development. So the more we add the mode of goodness to our life by adopting this lifestyle, the more we actually are immersed in and influenced by the mode of goodness. And it's said in the Bhagavad Gita as well that the more we're in this state, the more we are able to hear guidance from within, which is what I was mentioning earlier, and actually be present to hear mindfully those insights and guidance. And all the symptoms that come with the mode of goodness as well are very much in line with the yoga lifestyle, such as feelings of contentment and harmony, and feeling, more open to spiritual concepts, exploring and growing, So while the mode of goodness is able to support our spiritual journey, it's actually not the be-all and end-all. So if we are not actually aware of that need for spiritual nourishment, we can elevate our consciousness mechanically through, this understanding of the Maha gunas and the mode of goodness and adopting the yoga lifestyle. We can elevate our consciousness, but to actually grow spiritually and develop spiritually and to move towards and harmonize with our higher purpose, we have to be adding these spiritual practices and developing on a spiritual level. So the two go really well together. So the mode of goodness lifestyle and adding these spiritual practices will really be like the ultimate approach to, health for a higher purpose. And the wonderful thing about it as well is when you develop your consciousness in such a way through the practice of spirituality and the desire to progress spiritually, it's almost like your health practices become part of your spiritual journey and part of your sadhana, your practice, because really the consciousness is that I'm trying to look after my body and I'm trying to invest in things that look after my mental health in order to support my spiritual development. So I hope this short talk has inspired you to think differently about your health and really consider including spiritual practices in your health regime to support vibrant health, and also knowing that investing in your spiritual practices is also something that's going to support your journey of self-discovery and really finding your higher purpose, which is really, really where real joy and happiness is to be found.
Hello. I'd like to thank the organisers of Yoga Day for inviting me to spend this time with you, and they've invited me to talk on and give you a meditation for inner strength. So in this journey of life, things sometimes are very smooth and everything goes well, and other times we're fraught with trouble, some of them quite small and other times they're ginormous, aren't they? So it's these times that we need that inner strength. We need that ability to just be able to cope and withstand all the onslaught of what the world is throwing at us. So let's begin. Just sit somewhere or lie down, be comfortable, and close your eyes. And bring your attention to your breath. Now become aware of all the sounds around you. Some really far away, and then others a little bit closer. Now move your attention to the sensations that you're feeling at the top of your head. And we're going to slowly scan our awareness down the back of our head, down our neck and our shoulders. Just feeling any sensations there. Being aware of sensations in your back, down the back of your pelvis, your legs, back of your legs, the soles of your feet. Now move your awareness to the top of your feet, up the shins, to the knees, the thighs, the abdomen. Scan your awareness up your chest, front of your shoulders, down your inner arms, and to your hands, and back up, back of your hands, the outer arms and elbows, upper arms. Bring your awareness to your throat and your chin. Become aware of your jaw, your forehead, and your eyes. Now become aware of your nostrils and feel the breath flowing in and out. Your breath is very smooth and you're just following it in your nostrils. You may be able to feel the inward breath is a little cool and the outward breath is warmer. Feel it flow down to your lungs. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Follow the breath to where it reaches down to the very bottom of your lungs. And follow its outward journey. Your breath is smooth and flowing. You're focusing on your breath. Now become aware of the exact place where your inward breath changes to your outward breath. You may feel a little natural pause there between the two parts of the breath. And now become aware of the turning point at the tip of your nostrils, where the outward air changes to the inward air. You may also feel a very gentle, natural pause here at this turning point. Now, follow your breath from one turning point to the other. From the tip of the nostrils to the bottom of the lungs and back out again. And now we'll add a breathing meditation. So you have just been watching the feeling of your breath and being aware of the sensations or the sounds and the sensations through your body. And now be aware of this transcendental mantra that we're going to be saying. It's a very beautiful mantra, Madana, Mohana. As you inhale, you'll be thinking of the mantra. It will be playing on your mind. And as you exhale, you'll be saying the mantra out loud. Keep your attention on the sound of that mantra. And if it strays away, just let it, the attention come gently back. Don't struggle. So, join in when you feel comfortable. We'll begin. Inhale. Madana. again. Inhale. Madana Mohana. 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 Just one more time. Madana Mohana. Now return your attention to the breath. And become aware that you're watching your breath flowing in, flowing out. Become aware that from deep within, you're the observer of your breath. Become aware that beyond the breath is the self observing. You are watching your body breathe. The yoga teaching us aham brahmasmi. You are a transcendental being. You're not your body. You're simply inhabiting this body. It's a vehicle that you are traveling in. Now become aware of your mind. Step back and watch your thoughts, just as you would watch clouds flowing in the sky. If you find unpleasant thoughts, you have the ability just to put another thought there. You are not your thoughts. You are distinct from your mind, just as you are distinct from your body. Aham brahmasmi. I'm spirit. I'm not matter. I'm the eternal spark of the Supreme, full of wisdom and happiness. I'm eternal. And now listen to the wisdom of Prahlad Maharaj, a great sage who we meet in the ancient scripture Srimad Bhagavatam. This wisdom applies to you, that self who is within. Aham Brahmasmi. At one time there was a small child called Prahlad, and he suffered innumerable threats to his life with great inner strength. After multiple attempts on his life, his father, who was the perpetrator, he was confounded and demanded to know where Prahlad got his strength from to remain alive. And so this is what Prahlad's explanation of where his strength came from. And it's also where we can find that same strength. So Prahlad Maharaj said, "My dear king, the source of my strength of which you are asking is also the source of yours. Indeed, the original source of all kinds of strength is one. He is not only your strength or mine, but the only strength for everyone. Without him, no one can get any strength. Whether moving or not moving, superior or inferior, everyone is controlled by the strength of the Supreme." I'll just read that again. It's just so wonderful. And it's so wonderful that this was spoken millenniums ago, and it applies then and it applies now in our own very personal lives. So Prahlad says, "My dear king, the source of my strength of which you are asking is also the source of yours. Indeed, the original source of all kinds of strength is one. He's not only your strength or mine, but the only strength for everyone. Without him, no one can get any strength. Whether moving or not moving, superior or inferior, everyone is controlled by the strength of the Supreme." Our strength is very limited. We're very small, virtually powerless against the huge forces of the world. The onslaught of the mind, diseases, old age and death, the onslaughts of other people, and the big one for Australia, natural forces. We need help to be strong, and the Supreme has given us a very simple and nice way to tap into his love, peace, and inner strength. And that's through the hearing and repeating of these transcendental mantras. So now quietly listen to these mantras and let them envelop you with strength and comfort of the Supreme. And you can join in if you like.
Madana, Mohana, Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. Madana, Mohana, Murari. Madana,
Now gently rub your hands together and stretch them up above your head. Take a deep breath in, open your eyes, looking up. And then bring your arms down to a comfortable place. Just as a health practitioner might prescribe a dosage of a certain medicine to make you strong and healthy, similarly, the great sages prescribe transcendental mantras for your inner strength and health. So take these mantras every day into your heart. Take them when everything's going right and you're feeling good and you're happy. And take them also when you need that inner strength and things aren't going so well. Thank you for joining me today. Namaste.
All right, thank you to Sami and Vrindavan Das. Next, we are going to get moving a little bit. So we'll have a 5-minute stretch break with Jaya Dharmadas from Brisbane.
And then we're going to go straight from there into a sound bath with Gayatri Dasi. So if you love crystal bowls, mantra meditation, this will be a complete immersive experience for you.
Yes. So.
Namaste guys and welcome along. My name is John. I hope you're enjoying your Yoga Day Festival experience online, a little bit different. The next 5 minutes is just a routine, a stretch that you can use today between classes to make you feel a little bit more, revitalized. Or perhaps, between classes at uni or between meetings at work or after work before you go to the gym or you go out on the weekend. Anytime you want to feel a little bit, happier, a little bit more confident in your skin, a little bit more energy. Yeah, it's just 5 minutes. Take your time and let's start. Yeah. So just take your feet apart and move your buttocks up there and draw your shoulders back and bring your chin to the chest and take your head back and bring your chin to the chest again. Then bend your elbows and press the stumps of your shoulders towards the thighs. Relax, look right over the right shoulder. Maybe move your hands up for comfort and lower the right knee towards the left foot. All the while just breathing in and out as you ease your way into these stretches. Breathing in, looking over the left shoulder, lowering the left knee. Coming back, parting your feet either side of the mat and just lowering your head, getting your head below your heart in a sense, stretching the lower back. Nothing really going on, but you can feel the lower back working. You relax. You cross your right shin in front of your left. You just reach back with the right hand. You place the hand like, mid-buttock. Breathe in, draw your belly in and up, and on the outward breath, twist and look over that shoulder and start to press. Encourage the palm and the heel of the hand into the floor and relax. And again, just fall forward. Of course, this time you feel the knee and the hip work a little bit. just stretching. You breathe in, you raise your right arm, you bring it over, you press the hips to the right, just stretching. You relax, you raise the left arm, you come over, and just feeling the stretch there, working out the tension of the day, etc. Again, just taking your buttocks back and moving your head, just relaxing, all right, just relaxing. Cross the left shin in front of the right. Take your left hand behind, draw in a breath, the right hand comes to the thigh, and we twist. We start to look over that shoulder, twisting the neck. We come back to neutral. We place our palms or our fingertips on the floor. Breathe in and lower the right ear. And you just feel the stretch. You can now take the back of the left hand to the buttock and stretch it a little further. Breathe in, maybe ease back a little bit and twist and look over that shoulder. And relax. Take your fingertips to your deltoids. Take your elbows close together, depending on how much clothing you've got on. You know, if you've got heaps of clothes, it's freezing cold, you won't be able to do this, but it's kind of warm in here today, so don't have to have so much on. Breathing, just working through those shoulders, because that's an ideal location. Well, not so much ideal, but it is a clear location for tension. All right, you lace your fingers. You draw your shoulders back. You squeeze the shoulder blades up towards the spine. You come forward. Again, you feel it in the hips. You're trying to lengthen through the spine. Squeezing, feeling, not overdoing it. And relaxing. And then collapsing the spine again and bringing the chin down to the chest. And just feeling the entire spinal column just stretching. You relax. You come into a downward dog formation, right? You part your feet about shoulder width apart. You may or may not have a mat, you know, so it doesn't really matter. Now you push the right heel very firmly into the mat. Lift your buttocks and place the left instep behind and stretch that hamstring and that calf in the back of the knee. Come down, make fists, bend your elbows, lift your head, arc your back, stick your bum in the air. Just feel it all here. Big breath in, guys. And tuck the tailbone and press the chin to the chest and shrug those shoulders to the ceiling. And relax. Come down onto your palms. Press up again. This time take the weight on the left foot. Again, the feet are about shoulder width apart. Right foot behind. Just pressing that heel down, stretching out. All right. You come down. You place the back of the hands on the floor. You rub them in because you may have been sitting and typing for many hours today, because you could use this routine, you know, at any time. You relax. You just take your arms out. You just work your shoulders. Breathing, and then the other way, so it's just a gentle rotation. Then you latch the fingers together, you draw the arms back, you look up there, you maybe draw them back towards the ear line. You're not trying to hurt yourself, you're just trying to have a good stretch. And you relax, and your hands come to your knees, and you place an imaginary pole between your knees, and you bring your chin down and you collapse your spine and you breathe in, you pull back on the knees and you just firmly shrug your shoulders and wrap them around that imaginary pole. You relax. You just shrug your shoulders. You come up onto your knees. You tuck your toes. You press your hips forward. You keep your chin towards your chest. Don't throw your head back here. And you're just stretching that back. You raise the right hand, you look over the left shoulder, and the hand stays on the hip or it releases to the calf or the heel. You come back, chin to chest. You breathe in, left arm up, right hand to the hip, all right? Pelvis forward. You release the hand from the hip if you like, back to the calf or the heel or the sole of the foot. Take the top arm back as well, if you like. You relax. You sit down. You take some breaths. In through the nose, out through the nose. This is where I'm going to leave you. If you find that you have still some time, I would stay in that position and just breathe slowly, rhythmically, in a very relaxed, enjoyable fashion. Namaste. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope to see you again, maybe even person to person, face to face. Thank you.
My name is Gayatri, and this is my friend Kev, and we're going to be taking you through a beautiful crystal bowl mantra sound bath. And this mantra sound bath is not going to be just bathing your body and your mind, but it's going to also bathe the heart, bathe your heart. It's an experience where you just lie down or sit comfortably and relax. You don't have to do anything else. We're just going to guide you through, and then we'll finish off with just the sound bath using these crystal bowls. And you just take this beautiful vibration into your heart. So we're just going to start with a little bit of breathing. Just going to relax the shoulders down away from the ears. Soften the face. Your face should be just as if you are sleeping. Practice, we want to stay present. So you'll find that your mind will wander. That's okay. Just be aware that your mind has wandered, just observing the thoughts. And bring your mind gently back onto the sound.
the soles of your feet. Relax the tops of the feet. Let your ankles be soft. Relax your calves, the back of your knees, the back of your thighs. Relax your shins, your knees and kneecaps. Relax the front of your thighs. Your legs are softening, sinking deeper into the floor. Relax your pelvis, your hips. Feel your buttocks gently resting against the floor. Relax your lower back, your middle back, and your upper back. Your spine is gently sinking down towards the floor. Relax your abdomen, becoming aware of the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen with every breath. Relax your chest muscles. Let them be soft. Relax your shoulders, sliding them down away from the ears. Let them sink back into a nice, comfortable position. Soften your upper arms, your lower arms, and your wrists. Relax your hands. Feel the beautiful warmth in your palms as the prana or the energy flows through your hands. Relax the back of your neck, the front of your neck. Relax your throat. Part your teeth a little to allow the jaw to soften. Relax your cheeks. Your eyelids softly closed. Relax your eyebrows and your temples. Your forehead and your scalp. Feel the back of the head gently resting against the floor. Whole body is feeling relaxed and soft, melting deeper and deeper into the actually learn to detach from the body and mind, become less disturbed. So I want you now to step back from your mind, view the eternal self within. Simply going to watch the mind, just like if you were sitting on the bank of a stream, watching the stream flow before your eyes. I want you to watch the stream of thoughts. So we're just observing these thoughts, not trying to change anything. We're not trying to empty or still the mind. Allow the thoughts to be there. We're simply going to observe these thoughts as the silent witness within. So watching as one thought rises to the surface of the stream and then passes away again. Thoughts can be emotions, desires, images, sounds. I am not my mind, I am the eternal spirit soul within. I can actually detach from my mind and become completely undisturbed by the thoughts, emotions, feelings and desires that are there within the mind. Mantras actually nourish the soul. They are the spiritual food that we are all searching for, to fill this inner emptiness that we all have. And let these mantras fill you up. If your mind wanders at any time during the sound bath, gently draw it back, place it on the sound. Just take this beautiful transcendental bath body makes contact with the floor. Become aware of how relaxed your body now is. Become aware of how calm your mind now is. These mantras, this mantra Gauranga, transports you from the material realm into the spiritual realm. You just spent a nice 20 minutes or so in the spiritual world. The spiritual realm is where we find spiritual joy, spiritual love, spiritual comfort, and rest. You can gently begin to move your fingers and toes, inviting some energy back into your body. You can bring your arms over your head and give the body a stretch. And you can hug your knees into your chest, whether you're sitting or lying, squeezing them in towards your chest. Release your back, your hips. If you're lying down, you can roll to one side and make your way up to a seated position. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. And I hope you're feeling bathed, refreshed, and ready to face the world again. I hope Kev and I can connect with you another time. Hopefully we'll do more of these sound baths online so that you can join us for this beautiful transcendental bath. Namaste.
Namaste again, everyone.
Namaste.
How soothing was that mantra sound bath?
It was beautiful.
Big thank you to Gayatri.
So restorative.
Oh my God, so good. So Yoga Day Festival is all run by volunteers, and it is a labor of love, and our goal is to spread it all over the world. So please don't forget to tag your friends and share this awesome day of festivities with them. So much more coming up your way.
And maybe if you can, comment below what has been your favorite part.
Yes, we would love to hear. My favorite part was yoga dance.
Yes, always.
Always.
And also coming up, we have just one more speaker coming up next, and then after lovely Gopala Dasi, we're going to be handing over to New Zealand, and we're very excited to be introducing Acharya Das, who will be speaking on some
building resilience through a personal practice.
Yeah, yoga wisdom that can really help bring things into perspective.
Yes, it's going to be great. So now we're going to hand you off to Adelaide, and we'll be enjoying this beautiful talk with Gopala Dasi on navigating the new normal.
Namaste and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about how to create a new norm that is more peaceful and harmonious for our well-being. So sometimes in our lives we're put into situations where we have more time to be reflective and consider what is my life really all about, and what is important to me, and where do I go from here. So that's what I want to talk about today in connection with ancient yoga wisdom, which is incredibly profound and is just as relevant today as it was thousands of years ago. So the yogis spent a lot of time in contemplation and meditation, and they give us information about how we can apply the same techniques into our daily life to have a greater sense of peace and happiness. So yoga is a complete journey of self-discovery. It covers well-being for the body, mind, and us, the spirit soul within the body. So generally when we think about yoga, we think of asanas or exercises, and they're really beneficial for creating a body that's more comfortable to live in, really. So when you sit and meditate, not disturbed by the body. So, the exercises draw more energy and prana into the body, and they help to de-stress us from whatever's going on in our daily life. But it's not meant to just be the end of that, right? It's not meant to just be like, okay, asanas and full stop. So it's meant to be part of a whole journey. And so we want to also use pranayama techniques which help us to, pranayama is like breathing practices, yoga breathing practices that are specifically meant to help us be able to control our mind more. So many people identify with their mind, and whatever thoughts and feelings are going on in the mind, we take them as being us. So, I might be feeling stressed, or I might be feeling anxious about something, and then because those feelings are there in the mind, then we identify with them, and it's like, I am stressed, or I am anxious, or I am happy, or I am sad. But the mind and the emotions and the feelings, they're actually not who we are. They're like a subtle covering over the living being. So it's like we're a pure spirit soul, but we're covered by two types of bodies. This external physical body that we can see, plus a subtle body which composes of the mind, the intelligence, and what's called false ego, or a false conception of who we are. And so the process of yoga is a journey of uncovering our true self, to know, well, who is underneath that body and mind? Who am I really? And when we're put into situations where we actually have time to be more reflective and contemplative, this is a perfect opportunity for us to try and change our direction in life and make it so much more peaceful, so much more purposeful. And so we're very fortunate to have the yoga teachings to guide us and how to achieve this in our daily life. So one of the things that's really important is to learn how to see the mind for what it is, and how it tricks us so often and distracts us from where we really want to go in life. And it has this amazing tendency to go more towards the negative than the positive. So the mind will sort of dwell where we don't want it to be. And what we want to try and learn to do is actually, first of all, see it for what it is, and see what it's doing, and see how it's taking us off on a tangent. But then learn how to redirect the mind, and how to train the mind and place it where we want it to go. So the mind is full of material desires and conditioning making us identify as, this temporary body. So even though I have this body on for a while, and I think it's me, I was born in New Zealand, so I'm a Kiwi, or I've got this female body, I'm a female. So this misidentifying with the body is called false ego. But also misidentifying with our mind is just as much called false ego. So when we identify with our thoughts. So we want to become free from this conditioning that's covering us, and the yoga process is an amazing process, so profound, to actually help us uncover our true nature, so that we're able to live in this world and go about our responsibilities, but with a greater sense of peace, a greater sense of harmony, and understanding of our true nature. So we need a process that's excuse me, a process that's going to help free us from this conditioning of misidentifying with the body. And the process is called mantra yoga. And mantra yoga is not dependent upon whatever condition the body's in. So, you know, we may be short or tall or fat or skinny or young or old. None of those things matter. With mantra yoga, the idea is to connect ourselves with transcendental sound. So usually people think of yoga as being a connection of body, mind and soul, or sometimes just body and mind, but connection of body, mind and soul is what we already have, right? We're already body, mind and soul united, but it's not necessarily in any harmony. But yoga actually means union of body, mind and soul with the Supreme Soul. We're obviously not the Supreme Soul, or we wouldn't be here going through the different types of experiences that we have. So, you know, we're a spiritual being, but we're not the Supreme Spiritual Being. So for us to be in yoga, excuse me, in union with the Supreme Being is actually, that is the goal of all yoga processes. It's not talked about so much in the West especially, but that is actually what real yoga is, that loving connection of the soul with the Supreme Soul. And it's simultaneously that connection that we have with all living beings. We're all spirit souls, we're all connected, we're all brothers and sisters. And the more we know who we really are, our true nature, the more we will understand others and be able to have much nicer and more meaningful relationships with them, because we won't be just looking, you know, body to body or particular mentalities. You know, we'll be able to see beyond that to the person beneath the covering, right? The real person, you know. And we all like to be, or want to be, and need to be related to in such a way that it's to do with our true self. Nobody wants to be just looked upon as a body, right? We all find that really unappealing. So we want soul-to-soul relationships that are meaningful and purposeful. So yoga is about uncovering that true nature, and the mantra yoga is the recommended process of this day and age. So in different eras of time, and in the yoga texts they talk about enormous periods of time. In this period of time, it's called the Kali Yuga, and the process of mantra yoga is the recommended process because it's easy for us to do no matter what kind of condition we're in. You know, we can't go sit in the Himalayas or you know, some cave somewhere and be able to have all the peace and harmony around us. You know, most of us live in lives or like in cities and so on, where it's pretty hard to find a peaceful place. You know, you might find a peaceful place somewhere, but you know, it doesn't. It's not like for long or anything. You know, you might go to find a nice beach where there's not many people there, or you may, you know, go out for a walk in the bush. But we always have to come back to our kind of current situations, and you know, there's traffic and there's, you know, work responsibilities and so on. So, you know, we don't have the luxury of living, you know, in some peaceful place in a monastery or anything like that. So we need a process of meditation that's actually going to work for us in this current situation, where we do have minds that are so easily distracted and wander off so easily to other things. You know, we're conditioned by not only our own mind, but and our own desires, but that sort of conditioning is ongoing, you know, because the advertising these days is so slick and so clever that we get sucked into thinking, oh, but I'll be happy if I could get this, or if I could go there, or if I could change my situation in some way, you know, I'll find happiness there. So we may feel like we're not materialistic because we don't go for the blatant materialistic things, but we can still quite easily get caught up in still having a desire to look outward for our satisfaction and our happiness. You know, we still have this desire that if if something would change, then I'll be happier, I'll be more peaceful. So the yoga journey is an inward journey, that when our mind comes through with, oh, go do this, or go do that, or get this, we can know, it's just my mind. I don't need to listen to it. It's a little bit of a brat sometimes. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna talks about the mind being our best friend or our worst enemy. In neither case it's us, but it can definitely be our friend or our enemy. And it's just how we're going to learn to use it and how we're going to learn to discipline the mind. And that's not easy, because we could have spent a lot of time not even realizing that that's what we were supposed to do. You know, that we spend our life just following our mind so often. So it's like creating a new norm in our habits of learning how to see the mind, learning how to observe it, and how to bring it back, where to bring it back to, you know, which is what we want to do right now, what we're supposed to be focusing on. So, you know, every student's aware of that the mind wanders off and you're supposed to bring it back and focus it on your studies. And when we practice meditation, so many people think, oh, I can't meditate, I've tried, and my mind just wanders everywhere. So you need to learn, okay, that is the nature of the mind, but through this process of mantra yoga, I can bring my mind and I can try and refocus it on to transcendental sound. That is what a mantra is. A mantra is that which draws the mind from the material world, and we can focus it upon transcendental sound. And that transcendental sound will touch our heart. So the yoga process is a process or a journey of self-discovery, of understanding and uncovering our true nature. And our true nature is to be happy, in fact, blissful as the true nature of the soul. That's why we keep seeking it in the material world, because we know it's there. We know, intrinsically we know, I'm meant to be happy, you know, and then we experience a frustration that somehow or other life's not as happy as I would like it to be, or, you know, I get some, you know, happy times or some peaceful times, but they don't last, you know. So we know that real happiness or blissfulness exists, and it exists within the core of every living being. So we want to kind of uncover that and be able to experience it. So even though there may be things going on around us, and there will be all sorts of things going on around us that can be quite challenging, and we can still kind of find that center of the hurricane, if you like, and have that peaceful place where we practice our yoga, mantra yoga, where we can go within, and we can do mantra yoga externally as well, but it's a journey within to uncover our true nature. So the goal of yoga is to reunite the soul with the Supreme Soul in a loving relationship, and to have that love expand to all living beings. That is where we will find complete peace and complete harmony in our life. The goal of yoga, the purpose of yoga. So it's an amazing journey, it's a profound journey, it's open to everyone, no matter where we go, what we've been doing, what our life's been about to this point. Our new norm can be to make a commitment to take some time out every day and nourish our true self, to nourish our spiritual journey, our yoga journey, to make that commitment that no matter what our minds say and, you know, want to distract us with, that no matter what, that I can actually make that commitment. And so, you know, try and do some meditation early in the morning before the mind gets too out of control through the day, getting so distracted by other things. So it's a wonderful process of yoga, and so I thought we'd take the opportunity now. We can do a little bit of mantra yoga, just a few minutes, so you can get to experience it if you haven't already done some. So it's an opportunity to actually completely rest your heart and rest your mind, and when the mind wanders, you just gently bring it back. But if you're doing mantra yoga with Kirtan, meditation, which is what we're going to do now for a few minutes, it's the easiest process of mantra yoga for sure. So we all like to sing, that's our nature. So we're just going to do a few minutes, and I encourage you to join in. So you can just listen, or you can sing along, and you can sing softly, or you can sing loud. Right? There's no rules with mantra yoga. Mantra we're going to do is Om, Hari Om. 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 Couple more. Om, Hari Om. Om, Hari Om. Om, Hari Om. Om, Hari Om. And namaste, and thank you for joining me in our new norm opportunity for a more peaceful and harmonious life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gopala Dasi. And thank you so much to all of our teachers from Australia and presenters and Kirtan bands, and to all of our audience tuning in as well. Obviously, it's so much fun having you guys interacting and having you present here. So now we get to hand over to New Zealand, who again, if you weren't here earlier, the Australian School of Meditation and Yoga and Meditation New Zealand are both volunteer-run, non-for-profit yoga schools. So Meditation New Zealand will be taking you through a really fun, uplifting, energizing class with Carrie. We'll have some Kirtan as well, and then also Acharya Das will be leading us through a yoga wisdom talk and some Kirtan to finish up as well, I think.
Yes, that's what's happening. So we'll do a Get Refreshed Yoga Asana session now with Carrie.
Get your mat ready.
Get your mat ready to get flowing, and then building resilience with your personal practice with Acharya Das. Enjoy.
Namaste. Kia ora koutou. Nau mai haere mai ki Aotearoa. Greetings everyone, and welcome to our offering here from New Zealand. My name's Carrie, and I'm going to be guiding you through a 30-minute Asana class designed to release tension in your body from head to toe. And following me, we are very fortunate to have Acharya Das, international speaker on yoga wisdom, who will be talking to us today about building resilience through a home practice. So let's get set. You'll need no props today, just your mat, but please work within your own range of movement today. Listen to your body first and make sure your practice is comfortable. We're going to start by taking our feet a little wider than hip-width distance apart, bending our knees. Allow your arms to sway from side to side, just hanging loose like empty coat sleeves. You can pick up one heel and then the other, allowing your hands to lightly tap your lower back, the back of your hips, perhaps the opposite shoulder if you wish. And as you move, see if you can allow your breath to flow fully and deeply. You might like to take a few releasing breaths, breathing in through your nose, sighing your breath out through your mouth. Starting to bring your full awareness to your body, to this practice, as we slowly wind back to center now. Making loose fists, very lightly, tap down the outside of your legs, avoiding your knees. Come all the way down, bend your knees deeply as you come up the inside of the legs, around the front of the thighs. Just building a little bit of energy here. A couple more times, just loosely tapping your legs and gently waking your body up. Coming around the back of the hips now. And then taking your left fist, lightly coming down the outside of the right arm and inside, up the inside, around the top of the shoulder and down. Once more like this. Spending a little time at the top of the shoulder. I'm going to be focusing on shoulders and hips today, taking it to the other side. These areas of our body where we can carry a lot of tension and tightness. Good. Once more down the outside of your left arm and up the inside, around the top of the shoulder, just spending a moment there. And releasing, allowing your arms to swing now or start to warm up into the shoulders. So taking your wrist across, take big circles, taking the hands up and around. You can bend your knees if you like. If you'd like to make this practice more dynamic, you can speed up the movement or make it slow and gentle. So you can make wide circles with your hands. Once more in this direction. And then changing direction, sweeping your hands back and around. Again, warming up your shoulders, releasing tension in your shoulders. Once more this direction. Good. And then releasing, take your hands out in front, circling your wrists one way and then the other. Flicking out your fingers, really waking your hands up. Good. And then crossing left wrist over right. Interlace your fingers and gently bring your hands towards you until you feel a good stretch, which may be here. You may be able to straighten your arms a little. So just to a place where you feel a good stretch. Pausing there, taking a couple of breaths. And then gently releasing, let's change sides. So this time, right wrist comes on top of left. Bring your palms to face each other, interlace your fingers, and gently rotate. Maybe just a little, this is fine if you're very tight. Just find a place where you feel a good stretch. Hold and take a couple of breaths. And then gently release. Sweep your hands behind your back. Interlace your fingers. Now bring your hands to your right hip. Drop your right ear towards your right shoulder and breathe into that good stretch in the left side of your neck. Take a full inhalation, and as you exhale, let your head hang heavy. See if you can let your left shoulder feel heavy. Use an inhalation to come back up to center. Take it to the other side. Your hands come to your left hip. Then your left ear drops towards your left shoulder. Again, a full inhalation. As you exhale, let your head hang heavy. Breathing into that good stretch in the right side of your neck. And gently come back up to center. Release your hands. Stepping to the front of your mat now. Bring your hands to prayer. See if you can separate your feet hip-width distance apart. Spread your toes. Feel your feet grounded as you take a full inhalation. Exhale, release your hands. Inhale, sweep your hands high. Exhale, bend your knees deeply and come all the way forwards. Fingertips come to your shins now as you inhale and lengthen. Exhale, gently bow. Take a big step back with your left leg. Bring your back knee to the floor for now and come up. Hands come to your front thigh. Find your balance here. When you're feeling steady, inhale, sweep your hands high. Exhale, gently bow forwards. Bring your fingertips to touch behind your back. If you like, for more of a challenge, you can pick your back knee up off the floor. Just an option. Twice more, just like this. Feel free to keep that back knee down. Inhaling to rise. Exhaling, bowing forwards. Once more. This time, release your left hand down to the inside of your foot and begin to revolve, opening up your chest. Take your gaze up to your top thumb if that's comfortable. Alternatively, you can rest your hands on your hip. Again, if you like, pick your back knee up off the floor and breathe. Feel as though you're pulling both shoulders back. Just taking a couple of breaths here, opening your chest, releasing any tension in your shoulders. With your next exhalation, bring that back knee down. Inhale, sweep your hands high. Exhale, release. Pick up your toes on your right foot and step up. Inhale to the halfway lift. Exhale, release and take a big step back with your right foot now. Again, setting up for that lunge. Checking that your knee is behind your front ankle. When you're ready, inhale, rise. Exhale, sweep your hands behind your back, leaning forwards. Again, option to pick your back knee up off the floor if you'd like more of a challenge. Otherwise, moving with your breath. Once more. A beautiful stretch for your hips. Gentle release for your shoulders. This time as your fingertips touch overhead, release your right hand down and come to this gentle twist. Perhaps taking your gaze to your top thumb, or alternatively rest your left hand on your left hip. Again, there's an option to pick your back knee up off the floor if you like. And breathe. Full deep belly breaths here. One more breath. And then gently release. Good, let's come back now. We'll bring the left knee back and find all fours. So ground your hands under your shoulders, your knees under your hips, tops of your feet are grounded. As you exhale and round your spine, tuck your chin. Inhale, lift your tailbone and see if you can pull your shoulders back. Take your heart forwards. Bidalasana, cat-cow. Exhaling to round your spine. Inhale, arching your back just a couple more times. Just finding some mobility through your spine. Last time. And then we meet back at center. Bring your left hand to your left ear. Inhale, take your elbow high, open up. Exhale, bring your elbow down to your right wrist. Inhale, opening up. Again, working with the shoulders here. Exhaling down. Once more. This time, pause at the top of your inhalation. If you like, reach your hand high. And then take that hand under your right arm. Come and land on your left shoulder. And see if you can walk your right fingertips up your mat. There's an option here to straighten your right leg if you like. You can even try taking it high if you wish, if you want to have a little play with the pose. See if you can find a place where you get a good stretch across your upper back and shoulders. A place in the body where we can carry a lot of tension. One more breath here. Release with your exhalation. Ground your right hand. Inhale, come up. Exhale, release. Taking it to the other side now. Right hand comes to your right ear. Inhale, lifting your elbow. Exhale, bringing the elbow down towards your wrist. Moving with your breath. Inhaling to open your chest. Exhale, getting that good stretch across your shoulders. Last time, perhaps releasing your hands. And then feeding that hand under your arm. Come and land on your right shoulder. Walk your left fingertips up your mat until you feel a good stretch. So you can press the back of your right hand into the mat and your fingertips, option to straighten your left leg if you like. And breathe. Full belly breaths here. Option to raise that leg if you wish. If you want to have a little play with that, you can take it as high as you like. When you're ready, as you exhale, gently release, ground your left hand. Press back up to all fours. Again, we'll find Bidhalasana just for a few breaths. Inhaling, arching your back. Exhale, round your spine. Just finding center. Finding that midline. Now as you come back to center, bring your left foot up between your hands once more. Again, bring your hands to your front thigh. And see if you can perhaps lunge a little deeper as we start to warm up into the hips. When you're ready, inhale, sweep your hands high, coming into crescent lunge. And then bring your right hand back to the back of your hip. And see if you can arch back a little further, finding a nice back bend. There's an option here to find your back heel if you wish. Maybe even taking your gaze all the way back. Again, just working to a place where your body feels comfortable today, reaching with that left hand to come all the way up. And then release. Let's take it to the other side. So you can jump switch your feet if you like, or simply bring one knee back and change sides. So bringing the back knee down, setting yourself up, hands come to your front thigh. Inhaling into crescent lunge. Exhaling, softening your shoulders, sinking into your hips. When you're ready, bring your left hand back to your left hip and lean back. But keep lifting your chest. If you like, you can find your back heel. Let's take 2 more breaths here. Reaching with your right hand to come all the way back. Great. And then coming back to all fours once more. Again, let's find cat-cow. Exhaling, round your spine. Inhale, lift your tailbone. Twice more. Really pressing the ground away as you exhale. Energetically pulling your hands back towards your knees as you inhale. And then come back to center. Good. Coming up to kneeling now. You can double roll your mat if this is tough on your knees. Tucking your toes under. Release your left hand. Inhale, sweep it high and around. Taking your gaze over your left shoulder towards your left heel. And back. Other side. Sweeping the right hand around now. Towards your right heel. And then back. Good. Once more, stay with this movement if you like. If you want to take it into a full back bend, we'll move into camel pose. So there's an option here as we lead with the left hand, simply to reach back, keeping the right hand on the lower back, or if you like, come and find the heels with one or both hands. Check that your neck is comfortable, so you can release your neck if you like, or keep your chin tucked. And to come out, simply reach forwards and come sit down on your heels. You can untuck your toes if you like. It's quite a nice stretch in your feet if you keep your toes tucked. So we'll practice that pose once more. This time, if you'd like to go a little deeper, you can untuck your toes when you're ready. Taking a variation that works for you, hands on the lower back, or reaching back to find the heels with the toes tucked or untucked. And breathing. Full belly breaths here. Reaching forwards to come back up, and again sitting straight down on your heels. Just allowing your back to settle, letting your spine be long. Now, any issues with your knees, please just come to sitting. Otherwise, sitting back on your heels, we're going to just take a squat for a moment. Again, just getting a good hip stretch. You can allow your elbows to support the insides of your knees as you draw the backs of your thumbs towards your heart center. Let your spine be long. Long, slow inhalation. Long, slow exhalation. Good. Gently, when you're ready, releasing, coming to sit down. We're going to come down and lay on our backs now. Just finishing again with a little hip stretch and a little belly twist. So bringing your knees towards your belly, begin to circle your knees in opposite directions, allowing the circles to be as large as you like. Pausing, changing direction, taking the circles the opposite way. Once more in this direction, and then we keep hold of the left knee and extend the right leg long. Take a moment here, draw your left knee towards your left underarm. Gently circle your ankle in one direction, pointing your toes, and then the other, releasing any tension or tightness in your ankle. And then begin to cross that knee over your body as you come into a belly twist. Feel free to tuck your toes behind your knee if you wish. You can support the outside of your leg with your hands and perhaps reach your left arm away, maybe even taking your gaze over your left shoulder. Again, allow your breath to be full and deep. Long, slow inhalation. Long, slow exhalation. Feeling that good stretch in the back of your left hip as you breathe into this belly twist. One more breath here. When you're ready, coming back to center, hugging your left knee towards you and bringing the right knee up to join. This time we'll circle both knees in one direction, just a few times. And then the other way, just giving your lower back a little massage. Before we move to the other side, so this time we're going to keep hold of the right knee and extend the left leg long. Take your right knee a little towards your right underarm. And again, begin ankle rotations on the right side, releasing any tension or tightness in your right ankle. Taking the circles the other way. And then drawing that knee across your body, finding your belly twist so your toes can tuck behind your knee or release if you like. Maybe taking your gaze out over your right shoulder this time. Again, find those full belly breaths. Long, slow inhalation. Long, slow exhalation. Breathing away any tightness in the back of your right hip. And then gently come back to center, drawing your left knee up. And this time bring the soles of your feet together, let your knees fall wide. If you do have cushions handy, feel free to support your legs with cushions or blankets. And if it's comfortable to do so, take your hands overhead, palms face up, allowing your fingers to curl naturally as we rest for a moment in Supta Baddha Konasana, a reclined cobbler's pose. So not only opening your chest, relaxing your shoulders towards the ground, but allowing your hips to open, allowing any tension or tightness you may be carrying in your hips to soften with each exhalation. Allowing your hips to feel heavy. Allowing your knees to feel light. Feel as though the soles of your feet were opening like the pages of a book towards the ceiling. Bring your awareness to your belly now. Become aware of the rise and fall of your belly with your breath. And with each exhalation, begin to release any tension or tightness you may be holding in your body. Allow your whole body to feel heavy on the ground. With your next exhalation, release your hands to your legs. Gently guide your knees together. And then extend your legs long. Take your feet as wide as your mat. Take your arms a little way away from your body. Again, let's take a few releasing breaths here. Breathing in through your nose, sigh your breath out through your mouth. Twice more. And then allow your breath to flow in through your nose and out through your nose. Allow your whole body to release all efforts now. Allow your whole body to completely relax and release. As you spend some time in Shavasana, you may like to put on an extra layer or cover your body with the blankets. I'm going to come up to sitting so I can talk you through this relaxation. So allow your head to rest heavy on the ground. Become aware of the muscles in your face. With your next exhalation, allow your face to soften. Let your eyes feel heavy. Notice if you're holding any tension in your jaw. Take a small swallow. Relax your throat, your tongue in your mouth. Relax and release your jaw. Bring your awareness down to your shoulders. Allow your shoulders, arms and hands to relax and release. Become aware of your whole back. Allow the muscles in your back to relax and release. Let your hips feel heavy now. Allow your hips to soften, relax and release with each exhalation. Bring your awareness to your belly. Are you holding any tension here? With each exhalation, allow your belly to soften, breathing away any tension, any tightness you may have been holding here. Now bring your awareness to your legs. Allow your legs to feel heavy on the ground. Let your thighs, your knees, the backs of your knees soften and relax. Allow your lower legs, your calf muscles, shins, your ankles and your heels, the tops of your feet, the soles of your feet, all 10 toes to soften, relax and release with each exhalation. Allow your whole body to completely relax and release. Feel free to stay laying down if you wish as we move into mantra meditation. If you like, you can gently wake your body up and come to a comfortable seat, or practice mantra meditation laying down. The mantra we're going to use is Gauranga. We're going to practice Kirtan meditation, which is a call and response. So I'll sing the mantra to you, and you can sing it back to me. The mantra can be broken into 4 parts. Gauranga. So feel free just to listen and join in whenever you wish. allowing that sound to resonate. Allowing your heart and your mind to rest in that sacred sound. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here. I'm going to hand over to Acharya Das now with great love and respect to each of you. Namaste.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namaste and welcome. So today I was going to talk a little bit about developing resilience. You know, we've gone through a very difficult time, the entire world. A lot of people have seen their lives really turned upside down. Things have become, you know, we thought we were in control of everything. We knew where our life was going. And for many people, their lives practically became upended. And looking forward, we're not quite sure how everything is going to pan out from here. Now we see, you know, this great disruption in society in relation to all these protests that are going on all around the world in relation to racism. So as individuals and as society, we face many challenges. And the big thing is how to find that place where we can live our life in the world, but as they say, not to be of the world, where we are not being battered by the storms that arise, by all of the turmoil that suddenly may arise in our life. I don't think anybody's life is just like perfectly level and even keeled all the time. And of course the big question is how can we traverse this life? How can we move through this life and actually find peace, actually find joy and real happiness? It is possible to be that resilient, to face almost any form of adversity or difficulty, to be so well grounded that we're not really battered by these storms, the highs and lows of the experience of life. And it becomes possible through the development of a personal practice. When we speak of a yoga practice, we're not just speaking of asana, that's one aspect. But we look at yoga as an entire lifestyle, a way of being. And the cultivation of a personal practice means learning how to really absorb and experience the great ancient and eternal truths that are espoused by the great teachers and by the yoga texts and the Vedas. To learn how to absorb that, if I can put it that way, to actually internalize it and to begin to live a different type of life. This life will result automatically in people becoming more compassionate and showing kindness to all, not just those that you favor, even those that may consider themselves your enemies. How you can actually feel compassion and kindness for them. How you cannot be disturbed by even what people would see as great tragedy. How to maintain this evenness. How to find actual peace, the peace that we all seek, and to taste that
happiness that we all actually yearn for. The process of yoga not only teaches how this is possible, but provides really practical instruction on how this can become a reality for you and I, for everyone. I've been practicing and teaching yoga for over 48, 49 years now. And I have experienced in my own life and observed in the lives of people that have actually developed a personal practice how utterly transformative the yoga process is. The foundational principle of all yoga teaching, the thing upon which everything is based, is this understanding of the difference between that which is material and that which is actually spiritual. Unfortunately, many people have no really clear idea of what is spiritual. The foundational teaching of yoga is that this body, this external garment, is exactly that. It is only a garment, something that you are temporarily occupying. There will come a time when you will have to leave it. The idea of tying an identity, of seeking validation, of seeking love, of seeking security in a temporary material vehicle is just not very sound. Not only is it not sound, it will always result in unhappiness. Practically all of the infinite varieties of unhappiness and insecurities that people feel and experience is tied to this fundamental principle. And the process of yoga is about awakening us, awakening ourselves to this realization that I am an eternal, spiritual being, a glorious and wonderful eternal spiritual being, that I am different from this vehicle that I am using. And the more a person is able to actually experience the reality of that, this is called enlightenment. And the more one becomes enlightened, the more one experiences that reality, the more you become free from all of the difficulty associated with life in this world. Since ancient times, this was the focus of all yogis. Yoga was practiced for self-realization and God-realization. That is why it was practiced. If you can begin to learn about this profoundly wonderful spiritual truth and to begin to build a daily practice that helps you come to really experience the reality of your actual spiritual identity. This is so utterly liberating. It frees one from all anxiety, from all fear, from all trepidation. And the principal and most effective part of the yoga process for doing this is the process of meditation. It is through yoga meditation that one can grow in their appreciation and gradual realization of their true spiritual identity, that you will actually come to experience the reality of your true self, and you will be freed from all of the baggage that comes from associating the body as the self. And I'll just state it again, and please do try to listen to this carefully. Almost all suffering and insecurity arises from falsely identifying the body as the self. That can never work out well for anyone. Youth is a very temporary experience. Good health and suppleness is also, it may last for a considerable amount of time, but it is still a limited and temporary experience. So we really encourage people to take up this process of meditation, and you'll see posted around wherever these things are being posted a number of resources that help people, tools that you can use to aid you in this journey and to come to experience the reality of this spiritual truth. And of course, the principal means will be through the process of meditation, and most specifically through the process of mantra meditation. People wrongly think that meditation is a process of calming the mind, that if you try not to think about a lot of things and focus on one point and bring your mind under control, that is meditation. The reality is that that is considered pre-meditation. This was one of the Ashtanga Yoga processes, limbs of Ashtanga Yoga, the Ashtanga Yoga process, where one practiced pratyahara and then dharana, where the mind was withdrawn from sensual experience and brought to focus in one place. And this was done in preparation for what is called dhyana, or meditation. It is not necessary to go through that process, which is quite arduous and difficult. In this current age in which we live, the most easy, powerful, and appropriate means for self-realization is to take spiritual sound, mantra, and to become absorbed in that. I mean, if you can visualize the way in which people, when they go to the sacred Ganges, the Ganga, and standing waist deep with folded hands, offering great respects, immerse themselves in the river and then rise up again and immerse themselves. The process of engaging in mantra meditation, it means we are immersing ourselves in that which is purely spiritual, purely transcendental. And the effect it has is that the heart and the mind become cleansed of all the dust and dirty things that have accumulated over not just this lifetime, but many lifetimes. That this transcendental sound is the purifying or the cleansing medium. And what will happen when we engage in this process is gradually we will grow in our personal experience of the awakening of my true spiritual identity and my connecting with that. So I would really like to beg from you that on this International Yoga Day, that you consider actually exploring, adopting, and beginning to practice this aspect, this most important and central aspect of the entire yoga process, because it will bring you everything that you have ever sought. Full knowledge, the awakening of deep spiritual knowledge, the awakening of my true spiritual identity, the awakening of spiritual love. Everything that you seek from within your heart can be experienced in full through this process. So I'd like to ask you to join me in the most joyful and easiest form of mantra meditation. Is called Kirtan. This Kirtan, we have someone that has received this spiritual sound through an ancient lineage, and they will sing this sound. It doesn't matter what kind of voice you have, whether you're out of tune or in tune, that's all completely irrelevant. But just the person who has received it from a lineage of great spiritual teachers will now share that by singing this transcendental sound. And you listen, you take it in, you immerse yourself in it, and then in response you repeat the chanting. Then again the person that is leading leads with the chanting of the mantra, and everybody joins in and sings in response. So the mantra that I will use is a very simple one, very well known. It is the Om Hari Om. And I will sing this twice and then ask you to join me in responding by singing also. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And very happy that we could join you all in the celebration of this day. So from New Zealand, wishing you well, namaste, and turning you back over to our hosts in Australia. Haribol.
Thank you so much to Acharya Das and to Carrie from Meditation New Zealand for their awesome sessions. What an amazing magical festival this has been, our first one online.
Thank you all so much for joining us.
It's been absolutely amazing, and we hope that you received the tools and the gifts you need to truly rise up to life with yoga.
And also a special thank you to all the people behind the scenes. This was such unusual circumstances to pull this together online. We had such a huge team of volunteers from our tech team, videography, and then also behind the scenes coordinating everything as well, who you didn't get to see it all today presenting, but have been working tirelessly pulling this thing together for all of us to enjoy, so just a big thank you to our whole Yoga Day Festival team, and also big thank you to our friends at Meditation New Zealand and ASMY, the Australian School of Meditation and Yoga. And if you haven't already, join the 7-day yoga challenge, the Rise Up to Life 7-day challenge. If you haven't, it's not too late to join, because if you haven't joined there yet, you can go back through the whole program. There is 7 days, all organized in the Facebook group, of lots more of what you experienced today, so you can continue your journey. And we hope that you'll continue your journey anyway. Take these gifts with you and continue to connect with us as well.
Yes, please. Happy International Yoga Day to
Happy
all of you.
International Yoga
Thank
Day.
you so much for tuning in. Namaste.
And we're going to leave you now with some more Kirtan with Acharya Das. Thank you.
Hari
Haribol.